You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Back in the saddle again here in the state of Florida for the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. The Kissimmee Chain of Lakes. Been quite a while since we've had a Bassmaster tournament at the Kissimmee Chain, especially featuring live coverage. We've had Opens in the past, but not in the era of Bassmaster Live, and we're excited to be there, especially at Big Toho Marina, a great place to have a Bassmaster tournament takeoff. We just have 10 anglers remaining today. 180 started the week, 3 days of fishing. Final day occupying the top 10 anglers. And really, suits 2 through 9 are fighting for second. Now, I say that joking, 2 through 10 fighting for second, because Cody Stahl is doing something fantastic at the top of our leaderboard. As we take a couple looks at this morning's takeoff, just happened about an hour ago at Big Toho Marina.
Yeah, we see our anglers. There's Cody Stahl right there. 2 days of over 28 pounds, Ronnie. He's got a 19.5 pound lead. It could be a Cody Stahl coronation today, but it's Florida. You never know.
You never do know, but 56.5 pounds through 2 days of competition. Absolutely phenomenal days of fishing that Cody Stahl will never forget. Wants to end it off with a strong day today to make his second Bassmaster Classic. Won the Mississippi River to it's only been like a year and a half ago, but the 2024 season ended with a Cody Stahl victory, and he's trying to start the 2026 season off the correct way. This was the standings after 2 days of competition. We said it, 56.5 pounds for Cody Stahl. Cliff Prince from Florida, former Elite Series pro, 37 pounds, 2 ounces. A couple Elite Series pros occupying our top 10. Jonathan Van Dam, 37.1. Stephen Browning, Jonathan Kelly. We've got Freddie Palmer in the mix. Noah Winslow from going to the Classic this year. Bo Thomas, Terry Scroggins, and Nico Romero in our top 10.
Oh man, championship Saturday here. Man, glad to be here. I wish I was a little closer to first place, but he's kind of blowing it out of the water. But we're gonna go catch the dirty 30 and let chips lay where they lay. And good Lord willing, we'll be in first place. But hey, good luck to him and everybody else that's in the top 10. Yeah, it's probably gonna blow my area out later this afternoon, but that's a good part about this lake. You can get out of the weather and at least fish. You might not fish where you want to, but hopefully we catch them early. Hopefully they're biting when we get there and catch what we need and then survive the rest of the day.
Excited to get out there. We're here on the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes. First time ever here, but man, this lake is pretty special. It's been a fun week. Caught a lot of fish, caught the biggest fish of my life. If you guys didn't see it, a 10-7 on day one. Boat flipped that fish right in the boat. You can go check it out on my Instagram, JTK_fishing. It's a pretty epic video and probably not the smartest decision, but hey, we got in the boat, put it in the box, we waded in, and we're here fishing the final day. So let's get after it today. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be a fun day no matter what.
Getting ready to head out here for Championship Saturday here at Lake Toho, ready to blast off. A little different morning, got some wind coming, some weather, a little bit of rain. It's been a fun week so far here on Lake Toho, man. It's catching some big fish. Started the week off, 2026 season with a 7.5 pounder, the first day of the tournament. So looking forward to that. I'm around a lot of, solid quality fish. So just gonna go out there and catch as many as I can, fishing some of those grass flats here in the southern end of Toho. There's some giants that live out there. So, we got a mountain of a lead to try to make up, but you never know. This is Florida. Someone could catch a 30-something pound bag pretty easily. A 110 pounder goes a long way. So we'll see. Hopefully today we can make something happen. We're going to catch as many as we can. We're going to have fun.
Oh man, feeling pretty good. We got a warm morning this morning and overcast, and they should be biting. It's right on the cusp of a front coming through this afternoon. Really like midday. So they should be chewing this morning, hopefully, if they're still there. That's my main concern is, number one, they're still there, and number two, they bite. But I'm just, after catching 28 pounds back-to-back days, I'm pretty freaking excited to get back out there and see what actually is there. I was slacked off on them yesterday, pretty early, about 8:45 I was done. So today, hopefully I don't have to, defend it a whole bunch from locals, but honestly, at the end of the day, as long as I catch them in the morning, that's all it is. Just hopefully we can wrap this thing up and be done with it and just go have a ball.
You always want a close battle, Suits. You want a lot of anglers with a chance to win. But if that's not the case, you want history to be made. And we remember the Lake Okeechobee event to start the 2024 season, a 21-11 victory by Scott Martin.
Margin of victory, yeah.
We're going to try to see if 21-11 gets broke today as we head out to Jonathan Van Dam, making his first appearance on Bassmaster Live in quite a while. Good to have him back on the Bassmaster Opens in pursuit of the Elite Series. This was earlier this morning. Jonathan Van Dam getting...
This is just it's a big grass flat out here, the south end of Toho, which is...
Yeah, he was giving it out there, a grass flat at the south end of Toho. He's been kind of in the general region as Cliff Prince and Bo Thomas. They've been
grouping
in that area, and so there's still plenty of room for them to fish and navigate, but they're definitely splitting up fish compared to Cody Stahl having it to himself as we head out to Stephen Browning, close to the boat ramp at Big Toho Marina.
That's a pretty good one. Decent. Pretty decent. Oh, don't be jumping and acting in the pool there, dude. See how she's hooked. Not very good. I mean, it's not much of a fish, but it's a start. Come here, Cooler. Quit. All that. It's a start. See, oh man, he's just not. That fish is on the outside of the stinking mouth. They're just not very active in the morning. Maybe they'll get going. Somebody caught that fish. A little pound and a halfer. We'll take it. You know, that's the thing about Florida fishing, man. You don't know if it's going to be good, bad, or ugly.
Most of them close to winning last year and making the elites from the EQs. They had a disastrous day one, though, the first EQ event.
Stephen Browning, good start to the season. With that goal of making the Elite Series in mind, you got to make it to the Opens, to the EQs as well as we head back to the grass flat where Jonathan Kelly caught a 10-pounder out of there this week.
Boat flipped a 10-7.
Boy, they like to wrap in that grass. Ooh, that's pretty looking. Spro would make you shad, paying off. It's the best start we've had since the 10-pounder. Not a bad way to start. Four and a quarter.
Looks bigger.
Give me some.
Jonathan Kelly with a 4 and a quarter. He talked about good start since his 10-pounder on day one, but day one he had mechanical issues. He had a pinched wire, kept him from driving his boat, Such. He kept shutting off as he was going places, so he got that figured out, but only 3 fish day one hurt him. As we head out to the man of the hour, the man of the week, Cody Stahl. This was earlier today as well, and it's not just one fish catch, Such. He loaded the boat early this morning as well, like he has the last 2 days.
He has not caught one of those.
Number 2. That's a better one. It's not that big. He's barely hooked too. It's not that big. He's barely hooked too. Put my bait in front of him. That's a better one. Alright, so that's a big one. Not as big. Howell. 1.5, and then that was it. I was like, okay. I was like, I'm done fishing. I'm just gonna come back and figure it out in the tournament, because I mean, it had all the right ingredients for it to be good. I mean, there's a bunch of bucks there from what I seen in practice, but I just had a feeling about this place. Uh-oh. Not that big. Well, we'll take them. He'll help.
Fantastic start for Cody Stahl. A limit in the boat already, and Such, his weight is comparable to the rest of the field so far today. They've caught 5 fish as well. He's actually caught 7 as he's making culls throughout the morning. This spot has been special. It wasn't fast and furious day one, a few fish before 10 o'clock, but the afternoon really keyed him in, a 6-pounder. Said this is maybe where they've repositioned after he lost him, track of him in the morning. And yesterday started off strong and crushed him before 9 a.m. and the same thing happening this morning, a fast start. His 19-pound lead is now 29 pounds. So we head out to Cliff Prince, former Elite Series pro. Started the day in
Pretty
second.
slow.
Doesn't have a fish yet.
I don't know, you would think with that front coming that they'd be chewing this morning. It's perfect conditions, but I mean, the major's a little in about an hour or so. Hopefully they'll turn on before the weather gets so bad we can't fish in here. So, but we do have kind of like an offshore breeze right now, so maybe hopefully it'll stay that way, and these fish will participate. They're here. They just not biting right now.
You can see at the bottom of our leaderboard there, 5 fish for Cody Stahl.
Gotta figure out what their mood is and what they want to eat.
Cycles over. Bo Thomas with 1 fish in his live well. Be able to keep track of their weights as well. Cliff Prince throwing a prop bait. Such, topwater. Yesterday, he said 55-degree water, fishing a little bit of offshore grass. You wouldn't expect a topwater. I lost a 4-pounder doing it, and I thought it was going to be on. That was the only bite he got, but it could be the bite today. Like they said, a front is coming through weather-wise for the next hour or two. These anglers may see an uptick in production. Some areas may get hindered because of the weather, but the south end of Toho is the place to be. A lot of great fishing happening, and the grass has been great. We'll get into that and more. Good first couple minutes of the fishing day for Cody Stahl and others. Man, 29 pounds, 10 ounces. That is the margin of lead Cody Stahl has over JVD and the rest of the field. We'll be back, Bassmaster Live, in just a minute. I'm just kidding. We're not leaving you. It's such a good first couple minutes of the morning. We're hanging out on Lake Toho. Lake Toho, the Kissimmee chain of lakes. A lot of our top 10, if not all of them, suits staying in Toho. But you do have Lake Cypress, Hatchinahaw, and Kissimmee.
That's how you say that.
We just wanted to give you a little breakdown of the fishery, Such. Now, we'll see you guys in a few minutes as we go to commercial break. Bassmaster Live. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens, presented by Battery Tender, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Mountain Dew. Such, I've been begging. I mean, maybe we'll get a case of Mountain Dew in the studio. But I mean, I'm all dewed up over here. As we take a look at the Bassmaster Open schedule for 2026, 2 divisions, 4 events in each division, but this is the calendar chronological order of the events. We're starting off with Division 1 of the Kissimmee chain. No forward-facing sonar in this event. Division 2 starts off at Sam Rayburn. That'll be in 2 weeks or so, and we will 3 weeks or so, and that one will feature forward-facing sonar. Then Lake Eufaula, Alabama, for stop number 3. That's actually the second event of Division 2. That one will have forward-facing sonar. We have Grand Lake, Lake Norman, Kentucky Lake, Barkley Lakes. Then we have the Upper Mississippi and Lake Erie ending the seasons. If you're wondering which ones have forward-facing sonar and which ones don't, we basically started the Division 1 without it and alternate, and then we start Division 2 with it and alternate. That is the way our schedule lines out for 2026. Those 4 events in each division will qualify you points-wise to get to the EQs for the final 3 events to make the Elite Series.
Make the top 50. We've saw guys have 100 place finishes and still make the top 50.
Give us an update on how things are going.
What's going on, everybody? Morning's been decent so far. I mean, we got a limit. We got a couple 3-pounders, nothing special yet. Just trying to relocate the big school. The big ones really haven't showed up yet, but all in all, it's a blessed morning so far whenever you catch a limit in Florida. And I'm speaking from experience. My track record really hasn't been that great in Florida. I've had some really bad days and some decent days, but so far, I mean, this week's been pretty phenomenal. Today's been going, pretty decent so far. Just got to finish it out strong. That's the goal. We're gonna catch all we can catch, and that's how it's gonna be. But I've been sitting on the X for a little bit now, probably about an hour and a half. I've caught those fish, but it kind of died down a little bit. Really not seeing that many as I saw yesterday, and the quality certainly hasn't been what it was yesterday as well. I mean, in the first 15 minutes, I had 20 pounds yesterday. So a little bit slower start, but all in all, just blessed to have a limit today and be fishing again, especially on Championship Saturday, that's for sure, in Florida. That's the kicker. So, just, man, phenomenal week so far, and just hopefully we can put a big one on the boat for everybody. Be nice. I know they're here, just got to find them again.
Day one, he had a 9.6 Ronnie, and 28.5 pound, 28.9, and he had a 6.10 with it. And yesterday he had the Phoenix Boats Big Bass at 8.14 in his 28 pound day.
The 6.10 with it is probably the most important fish of his week. Obviously, the 9-pounder to start the tournament is fantastic, but that 6.10 was an afternoon bite on day one that kind of helped him relocate this group, because remember, no forward-facing sonar in this event, so these fish on these big grass flats move and change, and with him throwing a lipless crankbait around, he's been able to know exactly where the key spots have been to start his day. He said he spent 2 days of his 3 days of practice graphing around with his side imaging, looking for those grass lines, maybe those hard spots, places these fish can stage and pull up, because it is 55-degree water in Florida, but they are, with a full moon, there are waves heading to spawn
so far,
over the next
we got one in the
couple
box.
weeks.
You know, it's a 4 1/4. But that's just, it's how the morning is. It's slow. It's been that way. And it's just kind of like refining them. I think we're all learning that these fish are moving all over this flat. I mean, the flat's like 2 miles long by 2 miles wide, full of grass. And that one that I caught this morning was a couple hundred yards off where I caught the majority of my weight yesterday. So I started right where I caught the weight yesterday and didn't have a bite, and kind of just started going in the distance, ripping this Wameku shad, and ended up finding one. But very surprising that it was only one, because like it seems like when you did catch one the last 2 days, you'd have a shot at another one. But again, it's always slow in the morning, it seems like, which is crazy, because I really thought there was going to be a phenomenal window every morning, and there just really hasn't been. So you just kind of got to fish around and hope you run into them when they fire, because it could be pretty incredible. I mean, yesterday, the one school that I got around and they fired, I caught I think 10 or 12 of them in 15 casts. It was just one after another. But we're gonna keep on trying. We're actually approaching the famous 10-pounder, 10.5-pounder boat flip hole. We're gonna see if we can catch another 10-pounder, because we're gonna need it today. At least today we get to fish around here with not a ton of boats. I mean, there was about 40 boats down around this zone yesterday, and I couldn't even throw a trap, to be honest. It was just too hard to cast. You couldn't throw it the distance with how close all the boats were. So once everyone started spreading out, I was really able to open up my area and cover a lot of water throwing this trap out there about 140 feet. So you get to make up a lot of ground and just keep searching all day long when you can chuck a bait like that. But it's a lot of work, because I've noticed like this grass is real high. We're in like anywhere from like 4 to 7 feet of water, but sometimes the grass grows up right below the surface, and I'm not throwing an ideal size bait. I'm throwing a 3/4, which is very hard to get through the grass, but I've noticed you needed that heavier bait because they like to hit it on the reaction, and with a 1/2 ounce or 3/8, they just would not react to it. And that's been the biggest key, is really working myself throwing this heavier bait. It's a lot of work, but it could be rewarding, and that's why you're gonna see as we're fishing it, we have no choice but to be super aggressive with it.
Great run through by Jonathan Kelly on.
She already got a little side knocked off for today from that 4-pounder. Hopefully by the end of the day it has no color. That means there's a good day.
I think Bo's caught one.
Representing the 2 box here.
I've seen him catch one anyways. Well, update is we got one so far. A little slower morning than I kind of figured. Of course, we've only made a couple little passes through here. Had only one bite so far. But it's early. It's typical Florida. They kind of go in little feeding windows. Seems like. Just chonking and whining. I don't have to stare down at my graph.
Honey, this is JVD's 101st bass entry. Won an Elite, Green Bay in 2012, and an Open 2009 on Lake Erie.
I will say, after having a bit of time off, I ain't quite ready, ain't quite in the fishing season shape and thing. Back muscles are sore, shoulders are sore. Ain't quite there yet.
I feel the same way as the can guy.
Yeah.
My back's already hurting.
Not in fishing shape around here. Are we in announcing shape yet? It's our first one of the year. We got a busy week coming up. I know you talk all the time.
I talk all the time, Such. I mean, you might not be in office every day to hear me, but I'm just saying I talk every day, so we're already in shape every chance we get.
Even when I'm at home,
don't you worry. I know it's echoing in your ears. It is good to be back. The Bassmaster season kicks off with the Kissimmee chain here. Lake Toho, Lake Cypress, Hatchinaw, Tiger Lake, and Kissimmee Lake for the first stop of the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens. Next week we'll be at Lake Gunnersville for the Elite Series. The week after that, Lake Martin, and then we'll be back with the Opens at Sam Rayburn. Right now, Cody Stahl trying to be the first winner of 2026. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. Live coverage brought to you this week by Power Pole. In the home state of Power Pole, just a little while north of the Tampa area. The Kissimmee chain of lakes, Lake Toho, Cypress Lake, Hatchinaw, Tiger Lake as well is accessible, and Lake Kissimmee. We've seen the south end of Toho be the prominent area for a lot of anglers. They said grass isn't looking too bad. You've got hydrilla growing up off the bottom. You've got pepper grass that's topped out in areas. There's eelgrass as well.
You know, a good fish, I knew that there could be a true Florida giant. This isn't a giant, but it's a fish. No, I didn't call this one a giant. I was talking about the fish I caught the other day. All right, nothing like 2 pounds of fish and a pound of grass to go with it. Oh. That's how you want them to eat it. If they eat it like that, you'll land every single one of them.
Jonathan Kelly trying to maybe work his way to second place, Such, with only 3 fish on day 1. But if you're going to catch 3 fish, you might as well catch a 10-pounder to make up for it. He did that, but you have to also feel as an angler, man, you left a lot of meat on the bone with a 10-pounder.
We were just talking about
that. Had a chance maybe at a 25-pound bag, but you only bring in 3. Mechanical issues hindered him on day 1. And then yesterday, plenty of people fishing in the area. He had a lot of anglers fishing in the area. Made it difficult today. He's hopeful because generally 0 people in his
like 171 other boats off the water.
Well, I don't think they were all sharing his spot. They were looking for Cody Stahl. You know, they were heading out there. As we head out to Freddie Palmer, the only one to look like they locked through today.
Well, I've lost one about 2 pounds already, which excites me because I haven't been getting most of my bites until around 11 or after.
Any fish I catch before 10 or 11 is a bonus fish. Of course, today it being cloudy and rainy, I'm not sure how it's going to affect them because I think I need sunlight to put them in these pencil reeds. That's what I'm flipping a 3/4 ounce Reactions Innovations beaver. I've set the hook on 2. One of them got me hung up in the reeds. I don't think it was very big. The first one jumped me off. So I'm not starting out the best today, but we'll see how it goes.
Ronnie Freddie's a 57-year-old from Tennessee. He's got 40 bass events under his belt. He's got one other top 10, and it was here in 2018.
Great week for Freddie Palmer. Also supplies the opens with another angler in his family, his son, Kyle Palmer, out there fishing the opens as well. Kyle fished at the university, or at Bethel University. But old dad got a leg up on him this week.
Oh, yeah. He's got another son, Cole, with a K, and a daughter, Kelsey, with a K. And Kyle, of course, is a K.
I'm just going to go ahead and assume his wife has the name of the K. Or has the name of the K. I'm not sure. Freddie Palmer, like you said, flipping pencil reeds, doing something a little different than everyone else, down in a different region.
He had a great jump, Ronnie. 20 pounds, 2 ounces on day 2 from 34th to 6th.
It is a little ways to navigate to get down there, you know, at least an hour at a time. You got to lock through
I was wondering how far.
Kissimmee. I mean, you got to lock through Toho to get all the way down towards Kissimmee. You got to touch kind of every lake as you make your turns to the canals and chutes as we make our way back up to Lake Toho.
What's up, folks? Oh, got one bite this morning, and it's a nice one, three and a quarter. But kind of just, I think, just all that pressure yesterday just made it a little bit slower. But I mean, should be good. Just gotta keep fishing. I can tell you what though, being in Florida, you get bit, your heart starts going. At any point you can catch an 8 or 9 pounder. Just whether or not you run it across one's face. It seems like when you get by one, they bite it. Just gotta keep our head down, keep fishing. Stay in this little zone. Try to catch a big one.
Also had a pretty good day 2 rally, Ronnie. 20 pounds, 6 ounces from 39 to getting our top 10. It's got to be a great feeling to rally like that.
Not too shabby.
But our 10th man, Nico Romero, he was 54th, coming in with 21.3. Big jump. Mention one other guy, Brock Biela, finished 24th, Ronnie. He was 134th after day 1, improved 110 places.
He will
with 22.3.
He'll go home wishing he would have did better day 1, but he'll at the end of the year he'll be thanking himself that he did great on day 2.
110 points. Three 20-pound bags on day 1, 6 of them on day 2 yesterday. 181 anglers, Ronnie. 95 limits on day one, 106 on day two. The average fish has been 2 1/4.
I get in close like this, I'm trying not to step on my trolling motor because it spooks them. And I really haven't caught any like super close. But I'm trying to make sure I kind of get back in there too. Thank you, Jesus. Fish number one. These are fat little pregnant females. That's why I come over here. There's some big ones in here. Turn this off and back on.
Freddie Palmer putting one in the boat. May bump him up a spot, may just get him actually closer to Bo Thomas. Who's the angler just ahead of him in the standings?
What you got?
276.
212. Not too bad.
That's good. Have the first fish.
Fish number
Just
one.
5 ounces behind Bo Thomas. They are 7th and 8th currently.
Sorry, fish. Gotta start somewhere. Gotta get a cold dag on him. Yeah, they're fat over here for some reason. I mean, they're butter balls. That's about the closest I've caught one to the boat. You see this right there. I've been trying to stay out because they're very spooky. It's hard to pitch in them reeds and make accurate casts staying off of them, but they definitely.
Freddie Palmer 1 for 3 so far, Such, but if it ends with 5 fish at the end of the day, he'll be pleased. He is on the board. We head out to our day 1 and day 2 leader, the Dominator, we could call him, Cody Stahl.
It's a good one. No, it's not. I'm sure. He looked a lot bigger when they jumped.
For sure his third call. He's got a 1.5 on his bass track.
I'll help the call a little bit.
Cody Stahl dealing with some issues that no one else has, Such. Culling today.
That's the one you enjoy dealing with, Ronnie. Over 71 pounds on the day, 14.5 on the day, 71 total.
Making some good ground. About 6 or 7 more pounds, Such, and he can get into the top 5 all time for opens winning weights. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens, presented by Battery Tender here at the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes, Kissimmee, Florida. Starting our season off in the Opens in Florida, although the elites will be starting off in the state of Alabama. We have over 70 pounds now. 3 days of competition. Cody Stahl, 71 pounds, 1 ounce, and a massive lead over the rest of the field. We may be in double up territory at some point today if he continues on this 28 pounds per day streak he's been on. Fantastic first 2 days of competition for Cody Stahl. Already a limit in the box today, culled multiple times. We make our way to Stephen Browning, currently sitting in 4th place, unofficially 1 fish in the live well, fishing close to Big Toho Marina at the north end of Lake Toho.
Oh, they're hitting. I mean, I've had some, I say bites. I've had some, you know, the baits either ran into them or they're just slapping at it this morning. I think it's got more to do with just what the weather is than anything. But the water temperatures, I mean, it's the warmest it's been in the morning, and it has all week. You hit a flurry, a couple, 2 or 3 flurries throughout the course of the day, and that'll be your deal.
Stephen Browning is one of our 17 former elites who are in our 158 anglers, going to fish all 4 of the Opens to try to get to the EQ events. There's 17 of them, 5 of them made the top 10. So from 10% of our field to half, 50% has made our top 10 this week.
Interesting to look at early as well. We know there's multiple paths to get there, and first Open may seem inconsequential, but a good start to your season takes a lot of pressure off as we head out to Noah Winslow. First time with him on Bassmaster Live, and Noah, a product of our high school series back in the day. He just qualified for the Classic through the Bass Nation, 3rd place there. Connecticut angler.
I didn't even know you were hooked up, bro.
He ate it like right next to the boat.
I had a birthday this week, Ronnie. Just turned 27, January 26th.
Getting old. Met Noah Winslow in 2015 at the high school championships.
Is that right?
I believe so. He's
Wow.
I think he was the same championship event where I met Cooper Gallant, I believe. If not, it was 1 or 2 after that. But young stud, he did great in the high school series. Really made a name for himself, and then went and, you know, fishing around home and working and things like that, and now fishing the Bass Nation and paying off big at the Mississippi River last fall and winter, making the Classic. We'll see him in Knoxville.
Definitely a little bit tougher morning. The water temp's a little bit warmer than what it was yesterday morning. The big ones just didn't really show up yet this morning, so we're just kind of milling around, seeing if we can't relocate the megawatt of them. So they're here somewhere, whether they pushed up or pushed out or slid down or slid up. We got all day to find them, so not a big deal. They're here. Well, I kind of figured that with it being overcast and a little bit warmer night, I mean, they probably honestly moved up a little bit shallower with the warmer night. I mean, I'm looking at 59 right now, and sometimes it's touching 60. So they're on the move. I mean, this place is a staging area for them to move up, and so it might have just reached the temperature for them to push back up like it was in practice. But still a few decent fish around. I mean, we got a decent limit so far, but we still got a lot of work to be done. Just take our time, mill around, and see what happens.
Stayed warm overnight. Ronnie was like in the low 50s when they started today. Tomorrow morning here, it's going to get down to 26 degrees. And our elites starting practice tomorrow in Guntersville. It'll be about 17 or 18 degrees.
We get a taste of what it's been here in Little Rock. It's been chilly. I think it was about 18 degrees this morning when we came into studio. But it will be a chilly one to start practice tomorrow for the Elite Series season. We'll get a little warmer each day, but then the tournament will probably be the most consistent 4 days of weather that they've had over the last 2 weeks.
Thursday will still be a little chilly, and then it'll get up near 60 each of competition days, except Thursday.
Back out with Noah Winslow. Just caught his first keeper a few moments ago. Now hooked up with possibly number 2.
Yep.
Beautiful hydrilla, clumped up on his jerk bait and on that fish when he brought it in. Hydrilla is a big key that a lot of anglers mentioned yesterday in their areas.
That same Mega Bass Vision 1 tank, yeah. Just popping it over some hydrilla with a little bit of shell on the outside.
£2? 2 pounds.
First other angler besides Stahl with the second fish.
Bo Thomas trying to get his second right now as well.
Come here, give me your mouth. Come here, give me your mouth. Give me your mouth. Let's go, baby. Oh no. He was tongue hooked. Oh shoot. Here, I'm gonna show you something. All right, guys. I'm not sponsored by this brand, but I can tell you this. It's a company called Buzzer Rocks. This is their bleed stopper spray. Spray that in there a couple times to the back. Should be good to go now. Yeah, I had a tongue hooked one because sometimes out here, you know, they just don't get it all the way, or they eat it funny, but I had one tongue hooked again earlier this week, and I actually 3.5 pounder. And I actually, you know, it was bleeding pretty bad. And I, you know, sprayed that stuff on it. And it ended up, you know, saving that fish's life. I mean, that stuff is the freaking deal. Oh. Swim jig, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Such, that looked like the stuff that I sprayed in my mouth on my first date with Sarah, you know, just to freshen my breath up, right? Wasn't it? No, just kidding.
Hey, there's been almost 1,400 fish caught over the first 2 days. Only one hasn't made it back into the fishery.
Wow. Very good, very good. As we take a look at some mapping and some down view there. Clumps of grass. We got pepper grass, eelgrass, hydrilla, all mixed in different regions. It's so interesting to see Stephen Browning's area, Cody Stahl's, Noah Winslow's, the Van Dam, Prince, and Thomas area. We'll get into a little bit more how the baits have varied based on the grass height in those areas. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. Live coverage today brought to you by Power Pole. Good to be back at the Kissimmee chain of lakes. A popular stop for the Opens, but the first time we have Bassmaster live here, and boy, what a show it has been. First 2 days of competition, Cody Stahl with 28 plus pounds both days. Such, they put on the website that he maintained the lead. I said, we got to change that. He is dominating. It's not just maintaining, he is dominating, and that is exactly what he has done so far.
Cliff Prince wasn't that far back with 26 pounds, Ronnie, but then he fell down with 11 pounds. Now he's 19.7 back to start the day.
That's what I was saying.
Now it's 29 pounds.
Goes from a 2-pound lead to a 19-pound lead. What a day 2 it was for Cody Stahl, and he is already with a limit today on the final day.
Only limit, the biggest amount of fish, and 71 pounds, 1 ounce on Bass Trek. He's 31.6 ahead of second place.
Yeah, and when you have a 19-pound lead starting the day, you don't need a ton to feel good about yourself. He may be off the pace of yesterday, but boy, you've made your competitors have to catch a massive day.
We were talking earlier,
day.
he could win the 3-day event in 2 days, a la Kyle Welcher, Patrick Walters, Corey Johnston have done the 4-day elites in 3 days.
Very, very possible.
I think we've seen a 2-day.
Maybe
Martin
Scott Martin, but that final day, he only won by 21-11, so JVD hooked up.
Pipsqueak. That one's a guppy. We need to find the ones that will eat these. Oh yeah. 1 pounder. Gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, so that big one's kind of the talk of the week, apparently. You know, I know it's not every day you get to see a 10.5 pounder get bow flipped. It was a pretty cool moment. You know, it's the biggest bass of my life. Could be the biggest bass I ever catch in my life. You never know. I mean, that's a fish of a lifetime for sure, and to do it on day 1 of the tournament is pretty cool. You know, it really had me going, and I was really kicking myself though, because like I was so happy and excited that I caught the biggest fish of my life, but I was so devastated that I couldn't weigh a limit in that day. Just had a lot of other things going on and couldn't get settled and get at ease for the day, and that really caused me to struggle fishing. And you know, I thought I really blew my chance. I'm glad I'm here fishing on day 2, made up some ground, or out here on day 3, I made up some ground on day 2 to get back in it, you know, despite only weighing in 3 fish on the first day. I mean, luckily 3 fish for almost 16 pounds is pretty stout no matter what. I mean, yeah, it helps when you have a 10-pounder in there, but you know, I'll take it. It got me here, and we're just gonna see what we can catch today. Hopefully another 10-pounder. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, they definitely live here, and we have the right ingredients for it. We've already seen one. I think that same day I caught the 10. I didn't see it because I had left, but I heard in that zone like a 9 was caught or something. So that's 2 giants to come out of a very small area. So if there's another one swimming somewhere, I'm sure it's swimming right around here.
This is that fish catch you talked about day 1, 10-pounder.
Yeah! Woohoo!
Jonathan Kelly, 10-pounder on day 1. That is definitely the way you want to start your tournament. We've seen a lot of big fish get caught early in the morning at these areas, and like we said, he had mechanical difficulties, but 3 fish with a 10-pounder. Big day yesterday, able to survive and make it to championship Saturday.
He doesn't recommend boat flipping a 10-pounder, by the way. He just said the way it was coming in, I just felt
momentum.
kind of forced to do it like that. You saw it. Thought it was hooked poorly, so he didn't want to waste time grabbing it. He thought it would get away.
Thrashing at the boat.
There he is. Get out of there. Get out of there. They love to bury in that grass. Whew, almost lost him. It's not a giant, but hey, we'll take it. $190. 115. I'm actually gonna switch positions. If you can run up front, I'm gonna take that back deck spot based on where that fish came from. Let me get that corner. This is how I caught him yesterday. It's the same spot right here. Same thing, had a breeze, had a spot lock the Quest just up from it, and stood on the back deck the entire time. Just went catching left and right. Be nice to do it again, that's for sure.
He was mentioning another fish in his region near 10 pounds. It was Hayden Gaddis, had a 9-10 on his 25th birthday. Nice birthday present.
Yeah, absolutely. He also
14th.
He also only had 3 fish that day too.
Boy, you need a limit when you get one of those big ones. Just even if it's just two more 2-pounders.
Out with Cliff Prince. Started the day in second place, been second all week. 26 pounds on day 1, 11 pounds on day 2.
I guess big fish was like a 6.5, so his other ones probably had pretty good average weight. They had to have.
I think he called it a 7, so that's probably the one he calls a 7 is upper 6, and then he had a 6-pounder, so he had 13 pounds for 2 fish, and the other 13 pounds was spread over 3 fish. So overall consistent weights, and that's what JVD said. Sometimes you get on spots in Florida Such, a bunch of 1- and 2-pounders, and then 6- and 7-pounders, and then
8 or 9 or 10.
Yeah, and then you find some areas like Stephen Browning has
All
found in these
5-pounders.
guys where it's just a bunch of 2.5s to 4 pounders and solid fish overall, consistent weights.
Heard something a little earlier about maybe a bite window. We heard a lot of guys on stage yesterday saying, I didn't have anything at 2 o'clock, then bing, bang, boom. I caught 14 and 14 casts, or vice versa, early in the morning.
Slow morning, brother. Slow, 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 slow as it's been.
You been fishing here in this area?
Yeah, from here to them boats down there, pretty much.
Cliff Prince just turned 55 on January 14th. Shares birthday with me.
How old did you turn?
Not saying. Old enough to retire, Ronnie.
Old enough to retire? That's the first time in my 13 years here that I've heard you say the R word. Been churning out the daily limits the last couple of weeks with all the big happenings and also big weathers that's been affecting a lot of places.
A couple of calls to dig into the docks that are collapsing under the thick ice here from Texoma to Tennessee and beyond.
Down the street.
Really scary. And then Mike Iaconelli saying he's going to fish his last Elite Series this year. It's pretty interesting.
He said the R word quite a bit in his career.
Well,
but this is the first time he's put it on paper, so.
On video.
Yeah.
He's going to do some special things, bring out the flames this year.
Got the flames going.
Special promotions with all his good sponsors and giving away, I don't know what he's going to give away
saw
this year. He did the best last year.
In all caps, he was saying he's going to make it fun and positive to end his
We're going to hold him to that.
Big 2026 on deck, not only in the Bassmaster Opens, but the Elite Series for sure, the Classic coming up as well. We've already had 2 college events in the books this season, starting fast and furious in the state of Florida. We'll be right back to the Kissimmee Chain. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens here at the Kissimmee Chain. Look at that, Such. Might not be able to tell at home unless you watch it on the big screen, but plentiful vegetation, some topped out, some under the surface, all very helpful in the ecosystem of Florida. We've got peppergrass, eelgrass, hydrilla, all factoring in on angler spots they've talked about this week. It's been a big deal for our top 10, and Cody Stahl has been using it the best. I would say though, Cody Stahl overwhelmingly the best spot on the Kissimmee Chain these last 3 days, but Jonathan Van Dam, Bo Thomas, and Cliff Prince's shared area is equally as impressive. You've got 3 guys over 37 pounds, 39 pounds, 40 pounds. Those 3 guys in the top 6 currently, all trailing Cody, but all splitting up fish as well. Cody has been able to maximize this with only 1 or 2 boats all week near him, and all of those guys were so respectful to what he had.
Stahl zeroed in the 2022 Open here that Brandon Lester won. Day 2, he catches almost 20 pounds, ounce shy, and just missed the check. He was 48. I wonder if he found this spot on that day 2. Like what he said, that considering the conditions, I've been looking at them all week, this is where they're gonna be, where I think they're gonna be. And then came through.
Yeah, said he was graphing, side imaging, seeing the different grass lines and things he saw.
So we're just milling around right now. We're in between both the sweet spots, and just seen some. Threw back there and had a few bites, but that front's starting to move in. You can feel the chill in the air, so they're starting to get a little weary. Well, not really eating it that good either. Well, we still got about 30 minutes, 45 minutes till that front really started kicking in. I think that wind was supposed to be blowing around 10, so we're gonna have a bite window right when that wind picks up, and so I'm moving over here to my other sweet spot, and to get there for when it happens, I need to be on the eggs.
So he was saying on the phone was day one he found this, got to the end of the stretch, saw 3 fish on the side imaging at the end of the grass line, made 3 casts, caught 3 1-pounders, and he said, this is a wave of buck bass moving in, and as those fish start to move in, the females will come there with them. And that's where he started to catch them here and there on day 1, and it all totaled up to be a great day. And then day 2, they were all grouped up together, and that's why it was fast and furious, because day 1 wasn't fast and furious. A couple before 10 a.m., couple in the afternoon. Yesterday, all of his weight by 9 a.m., and he was basally chilling, as they say.
Caleb Hudson said last year at Okeechobee that he said this place just had buck bass on it, only caught, 10-pound limit. Then the next day, the females moved in, and he busts a giant bag. Some foresight, don't you, to fish, Ronnie?
Yeah.
Fish a 3-4 day tournament,
Gotta
have a
be
week out there.
Confident guesser, and sometimes
you can look really smart, or
blame it on the weather.
He's right. The wind's picking up. It was almost.
Cliff Prince looking for his first keeper of the day.
Cliff.
Not a bass.
Going to say the winds were starting to pick up. He was right at 9. It gained from 3 to 7 miles an hour. By the time they got it checked out, it's going to be building up to about 20 miles an hour.
In Prince,
There's fish here.
Van Dam, and Thomas's area,
Not the right kind.
you're not seeing them throw a lipless because the grass is a little too thick. It's things like that. So a lot of them are chatterbaits, swim jigs, things like that. Maybe fishing a little shallower than Cody Stahl's area, where it's thinner grass at times, able to use a lipless a little bit better.
Whose area did we see from that aerial where you could see those little paths through?
I'm not quite sure where that was. But
now
our drone was.
How would you fish those? Would you pull it across the grass, or go down the valleys where you can get something deeper and pull them out from the grass, or do you go over it where they come up?
Well, really, a lot of the guys will look at. They'll try to fish something above it, and then you start to realize, I'm getting bit on this same cast. I wonder why, and it's the same thing Cliff Prince won at Wheeler with. Grass with a cleared out area in the middle. He's getting bites right in that cleared out area because that's where those fish are sitting, right off the edge of the grass.
They're sitting in there.
Yes. And so those different holes and pockets, sometimes it's a straight line grass, but when it's broken up like that, you can fish things over the top, a swimming worm, swim jig, bladed jig, things like that, and find those sweet spots. And when there's sun, they may concentrate them to a specific area within that region. When it's clouds, they may spread out. It might be here and there, as they go through.
I think Stahl was saying it's almost like a staging area where the cold front had them pull out from going to the bank and trying to spawn.
And the warm has them coming too from deeper, yeah. It's right in that middle depth section. If you're just joining us, this is stop number 1 of Division 1 at the Kissimmee chain. No forward-facing sonar allowed in this tournament, so I've seen plenty of comments on social of people using it. It's not true. You're just assuming because of past years, but it's not in this tournament permitted. That's why we're seeing a lot of guys using those traditional Florida baits we're used to seeing with lipless crankbaits, bladed jigs, swim jigs, some topwater guys flipping reeds as well, like Freddie Palmer, and fishing baits like jerk baits with Noah Winslow, but over the grass versus out in the abyss.
All right, Ronnie, I'm going to put my hand in the hornet's nest. We got 3 guys over 50 in our top 10. The average age of our top 10, way above the last couple of years, is 40 years old this week. It's been in the 20s, upper 20s. Hank Weldon's quote of the day to Cody Stahl. They say young guys only know how to catch them with the electronics. And Cody Stahl obviously doesn't have his electronics, and he's catching the snot out of them.
I think you see the average age elevate when we get to Florida. If you think about Okeechobee, even with forward-facing, winning that event with Scott Martin, you still had Scott Martin, Randall Tharp, Matt Adams.
Experience.
You had a lot of veteran guys that elevated that average age up, but you still had plenty of young guys like Easton and Bo Browning, Paul Marks, Tucker Smith, the guys like that. And so it evens itself out. But Florida, I think it's less young guys because Florida is so difficult to fish. It's so fickle. Even guys like Brandon Polinick, who have been down there for years, still say it's hit or miss. I can go be last and then win the next tournament.
Yeah. Seth Fighter says that as well.
And so it lends itself to veterans because they know, hey, this is how temperamental Florida can be. I've made my younger rookie mistakes, so now I know how to approach this tournament if a cold front's coming. I know how to punt if I need to not bomb today.
That's kind of the argument of the scoping versus hoping, that these guys have the knowledge to do the right things they need to do through experience of knowing where to go, what to do, what to switch up, how to change.
We are seeing a very experienced top 10 group in the Opens today. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios. Ronnie Moore here with Mike Sucon and Such. We are seeing that. We're actually seeing a bunch of former Elite Series pros. You've got in our top 10, just offhand, you've got Terry Scroggins, you've got Jonathan Van Dam, Jonathan Kelly, Stephen Browning, and Cliff Prince. All of them with hopes of making the Classic or getting back to the Elite Series, and all of them with a great start to their season, especially when you have one in your home state like Scroggins and Prince. You want to make the most of it, and they have done that.
Yeah, Scroggins has won here twice before, Ronnie. We had 17 elites enter the Opens, this Division I of the Opens. That's 10% of the field. 50% made the top 10, Ronnie. That's pretty good outcome there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so as you guys are joining us today, it is the final day. Cody Stahl has been putting on a show, 28 pounds plus the first 2 days of competition. We had Cliff Prince rival him on day one with 26, but fell off with 11 pounds yesterday. So Cody Stahl came into the final day with a 19-pound lead. And all paths in the Opens lead to the Classic, and eventually they lead to the Elite Series as well. Cody Stahl winning the 2024 Open at the Mississippi River, making the Classic last year, looking to make and be the first qualifier for the 2027 class if he can get it done today. And no one knows where the 2027 Classic's going to be. It's starting to make its rounds, and it will be announced soon. But
somebody knows where it's going to be, Ronnie.
Cody Stahl would like to make another Classic.
Oh yeah, Cody Stahl, and he's well on his way, Ronnie. He's got a 30-pound lead right now.
Absolutely. Something historic happening today. Largest margin of victory in a Bassmaster Open is there at the doorstep for Cody Stahl. 71 pounds, 1 ounce right now. 30 pounds and change lead over Jonathan Van Dam. Jonathan Kelly right behind him. You got Bo Thomas, Stephen Browning. You have Nico Romero, recent graduate from the College Series. Cliff Prince, Noah Winslow, Freddie Palmer, and Big Show, Terry Scroggins. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender are sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Final day coverage here, the first Bassmaster Open of the season. Kissimmee chain of lakes, Lake Toho, Lake Cypress, Lake Hatchinahaw, Tiger Lake, and Kissimmee. Most of the action, if not all of it, other than Freddie Palmer, going down in Toho this week. The South End has been a key place. Such, if you head past the south end and decide to lock through, you've probably made the wrong decision this week because the top 10 has made hay in Lake Toho.
Yeah, Freddie Palmer, I think, is the only one who's gone further down outside of Toho, Ronnie. Today on the map. Maybe on other days, other guys have ventured.
Yeah, maybe checks have came. It's been a check cashing event for some people in other parts, but it's hard to have eggs in both baskets. You either need to stay in one lake. When you bounce around from lake to lake and with a lock in the middle, it's a difficult task to be consistent day to day.
There's some guys just missed the cut, saying I messed up, but it didn't follow the Florida plan of keeping the trolling motor down.
The more you pull your trolling motor up in Florida, the less likely you are to make a check or to continue to make money.
About age a little bit ago. Cody Stahl's 27, Ronnie. We had the biggest difference of competitors this week, I think. Guy Aker, 86 years old, was fishing out there.
There's a 17-year-old, right?
And Colden Baker, a 17.
Wow.
Almost 70 years difference.
Hank misidentified his age. Thought he was 19. No, he's 17.
Yeah.
Head north back up to the takeoff general area. Stephen Browning.
I think he's our oldest angler in the top 10. Turned 60 in April, late April.
Still waiting to know how old you are, Such.
I'm older than him.
That's a good one too. Come on over here. Come on, come on. Come on. Philly's jumped twice. He ought to be decent. Stay on, baby ball. Come on. Stay on. Looks like he is. Don't you do anything crazy. Get your little butt. Yeah. She goozled it. Oh man, get it on down there. It needs to be. Finally. Golly, it's been a long time. It ain't good. I thought it was a big one. First hooked it, but we'll take her. Bigger than the one we don't have up in there. All right. Just a slow grind. I knew it would be. Maybe get real lucky. Several of them right there.
Talked to Stephen last night and said, you're in Florida in the top 10, you got to be catching them on a chatterbait. He said, I wish I was for the most part. Been catching them on a crankbait this week. Saw him mixing it up a little bit earlier with a chatterbait, but most of his weight this week has been put in the boat with a crankbait. I said, well, I'm disappointed in you, Stephen. And I clicked, hung it up. No, I didn't hang it up, I didn't. But he said today it might be different with that weather coming through. So a little bit of a lull between keeper 1 and keeper 2 for Browning. But hopeful, as that is a sign of the fish are still in the general region. Out to first and second, Cody Stahl, JVD, Jonathan Van Dam, chasing him in second. It's like you could see him on the horizon, but he's running the marathon, and you know, like, you don't know if he's at the finish line yet, but you know he's just way ahead over there.
30 pounds ahead, Ronnie.
It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
And to have 9 bags over 20 pounds, over 181 anglers over 2 days, and he's got the 2 best. He's got to be feeling it.
Fun week when it can go correctly for you. That is what it has done for Cody Stahl this week. If you're joining us for the first time today, and anyone who's joining us for the first time this season, obviously, got a couple changes to the way we present scores to you. You can see at the bottom, Bass Track there, the leaderboard, Cody Stahl, JVD, Jonathan Kelly, Stephen Browning, Bo Thomas. You can see their weights overall for the tournament, plus their fish in the live well today. Cody Stahl, all 5 boxes filled. Everyone else with 1 or 2 boxes filled for the most part. Stahl with at least 9 fish caught. He's cold multiple times, Such.
Still hadn't had the big ones. He had 9.6 on day 1, 8.14 on day 2. Those are monster bag builders. You heard the other guys say a decent, you know, in the teens bag, they had that one big fish.
Yeah, I've just been throwing a trap around. I've been mixing up color-wise, like between a translucent shad color and like a gold color. But I pretty much just been mainly sticking with that one bait, and like the Berkeley Jack, something like that. And we might have to make an adjustment. I just changed colors to one color that I normally like when it's kind of cold and overcast. Hadn't really got the bites like I thought I would have on that gold trap, so see if this is the ticket for him. But really just been sticking with that all week, both days, and just sticking it out. It's like I know what this bait can catch, and just putting it in front of the ones that are wanting to bite. That's the key. So that and being around them.
Easy as that, Such. Very cool to see his progression from being a high school All-American, then going to college on scholarship at the Savannah College of Art and Design, then going and now he's working in the industry with Pure Fishing, and he is on his way to his 2nd Bassmaster Open victory.
About how his dad paid for where they're going to stay on his first year of the Opens, and he couldn't have done it without his father helping him out.
For sure.
Bigger hook.
Palmer.
Probably won't make as good accurate as flips, and these fish are super spooky. That's the one thing I've caught on to, that if you make too much trolling motor noise, or if you get in the weeds and start banging them around, you ain't gonna get bit. You gotta stay off of them and try to get back in them about 1 to 3 feet back in the reeds, and I can't do that with this big rod like I can that other one, so I may end up changing, putting this bigger, heavier line on that smaller rod. That's a 7.6 heavy. This is a 7.10 extra heavy. Both of them are Ducats, black ice. I'm not sponsored by them, but man, I love these rods. They're as light as a feather. And from my understanding, they've discontinued them. They're not making them anymore. So I hope they'll at least keep making me one. We'll see if I can get them out of here with this bigger stuff, because that's a couple fish I've lost by not being able to get the leverage on them. And I hadn't really been having that problem all week. But that one was a nice one. I sure could have used him.
Happy with the bites you're getting today?
You know, I came in here on day 1 and I only had 4 bites, but the difference between day 1 and day 2 was I went fishing for little ones on day 2 to begin with, and then I came back in here and I saw it was a little better quality, so I decided just to stay in here and fish for the quality, because in practice I had a 977 and I turned him back, so I'm still looking for him. And if I catch that one, that'd make a difference, be a real big difference maker. I just gotta get used to a whole new outfit here so I can make my accurate flips, or otherwise I'm wasting my time, because you gotta be super stealthy on this fish.
Big jump with 20 pounds on day 2, Ronnie. He was 36, got in our top 10 at 6. One of our big movers.
Great week for Freddie Palmer. Bo Thomas pictured there on our drone shot. Made a big move yesterday as well. Who's gonna make a big move? 2nd to 10th is wide open, Such. Anybody can take the runner-up spot. Back here at the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes for the Turtlebox Bassmaster Open. Stop number 1 of Division 1. No forward-facing sonar allowed in this one. Next event, Lake Eufaula for Division 1 will feature forward-facing sonar, and they will alternate as we go throughout each division series. Cody Stahl in the lead over Jonathan Van Dam and Jonathan Kelly. The Jonathans back-to-back. Stephen Browning, Bo Thomas round out your top 5 currently and unofficially. Cody Stahl, the only one with a limit today. He has been culling all morning as well, while everyone else has 1 or 2 fish to their credit. Great opportunity for those to move up today, gain valuable points, also prize money, opportunity, trophy as well, 2nd, 3rd.
Big fish today so far is Nico Romero's 5.5 on Bass Track. Nobody's busted that.
First keeper of the day for him, and only keeper so far has moved him from 10th to 6th. Currently at 29 pounds, 6 ounce lead by Cody Stahl currently.
Cliff Prince and Terry Scroggins both started day 1 with 20 pounds. They don't have a fish yet today. Let's see if they can get it in gear here.
Started today, only the only anglers over 2 days of competition, Such, that beat Cody Stahl's day 1 weight of 28 plus pounds. Only 21 anglers after 2 days had more than 28 plus pounds.
Total from 2 days?
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
What's happening? I mean, Kyle Welcher last year at Pascatank. Corey Johnston down there. St. John's. It's just some of these, and then Walters at Fork. Just really anomalies. This doesn't happen.
But see,
it's really rare, but it's happened recently.
And some could argue where Cody Stahl is a popular region, but what that shows me, those specific instances you said, Corey Johnston at the St. John's and Kyle Welcher there,
yeah,
those are the 2 most known and best areas at the St. John's River and Pascatank River in history or in general.
Pascatank, we don't have much history, but
no,
yeah.
But when the local guy tells me it's going to be one beside the ramp, that's
stay close.
Yeah, and so that tells me a lot of people with the technology we have or with the equipment we have, boats, ability to drive and run for, they're all looking for a needle in a haystack. They're all looking for that thing, and the things that are sitting in plain sight get ignored sometimes, and then you see them like, well, they did the easiest thing, and they blew it out of the water.
Cody Stahl kind of said that this week, that it was a spot place that he thought was overlooked by other guys.
Yeah.
Why? Always something to find the winning spot.
You just can't help but want to lock. I got to get out of this lake and go to the next lake, and so you have half the field locking. Then you get other areas, guys have tough boat draws, so they just change their plan. You think if I'm a
they get
late
their spot,
boat,
somebody's already on it?
Yeah, and you alternate, or you make a different decision, and maybe you see a guy over there and you think he's on your spot, so you keep going, but he's on a different area that's 100 yards away. And you pass it up. But yeah, some of those sitting in plain sight spots are the ones that are making these blowouts happen. They're the spots that we expect.
Yeah, I remember a fighter telling me the biggest community hole on St. Clair when he won the 3-day AOI event. He said nobody was there, and he goes and catches 26, 27 pounds off of it.
Keep it simple, stupid, right? And that KISS,
that's it.
Isn't that the acronym?
KISS theory.
But that's just from those specific situations you mentioned. That's what I see, is the chalk spots. People are afraid to go chalk. They think it's going to be really populated. It's not. Now all of a sudden you're 2 days in, you're not allowed to go there because you haven't shown yourself the first 2 days.
You've heard the guys say, I want to get away from the rest of the field. I want to find a little hidey hole of it. You need that sometimes, like a Kyle Welcher to get a top 10 last year. He found, several little milk runs that may separate him on a tight fishery. Jonathan Kelly on the right, with our big bass of the week, a 10 pound, 7 ouncer. Only had 3 fish on day 1. 15 pounds, could have had 25. Cody stalled 2 big bags, 28 pounds both days.
Also, I'm getting word that specifically about this week's Such is that Cody's general grass flat, in practice, the wind was torching it as the weather changed. That off day, the weather changed once again and it settled. And so some guys weren't able to fish it efficiently in practice. Whereas Cody said he found it day 1. And when he saw it day 1, he only caught 3 1-pounders in a row, and that's all he needed. He was all good. He said, I'm gonna just come back at another time.
It doesn't sound like you had a very great practice to make you confident in that spot, but he knew the conditions. I thought it was more the anticipation of what was going to happen once this weather hit.
You don't want to be where the 8-pounders are in practice. You want to be where the 8-pounders are headed. And that's often where the buck bass are prior to the event. But it has been very cool, Such, to see grass fishing. It's good news to see the Kissimmee chain have some good grass in it. We talked about these anglers that mentioned peppergrass, eelgrass, hydrilla as well. As we're bringing it into the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section, got a lot of baits here on the desk because we're seeing a lot of different things happen in different regions. A lot of these anglers are still fishing over the hydrilla, the eelgrass, and around peppergrass. A lot of the peppergrass in areas is topped out, whereas the hydrilla is just growing off the bottom. Eelgrass is kind of the intermediate height. So you can fish a variety of baits. We're seeing guys like Jonathan Van Dam, Cliff Prince, Bo Thomas. They're the guys who are fishing bladed jigs a lot, and that's because their area, that if you're looking at my hand, you can see 2 different chatterbaits, more of a shad color and more of a green pumpkin color to imitate bluegill. So when you're looking at the area that Prince, Van Dam, and Thomas are fishing, it is grass that's maybe about 3 feet from the surface, so you really can't use a lot of other baits. They have to be really light. They're actually using 3/8 ounce bladed jigs and swim jigs in that area, fishing it above that grass. They can't really fish other things. The pepper grass is topped out, and they're able to see around the pepper grass is where the hydrilla is going to be. It's kind of cleared off areas at the base of the pepper grass, which is topped out. Whereas when we see Cody Stahl, guys like Jonathan Kelly, maybe fishing a little bit farther off the bank or a little bit deeper grass, it doesn't come up nearly as high, and they're able to use lipless crankbaits, whether they are multiple BB system or a 1 knocker. A lot of different varieties have been in play. We've seen some of the matte colors like the lavender shads, maybe a little bit of white with chartreuse. We've seen some translucent ones, and then the chromes that you expect as well. The chrome blueback, a big factor there. But just to give you an example, if you're not used to fishing lipless crankbaits, the sound can make a difference just as much as the color. You also saw some guys mixing in gold as well. But when you go from multiple BB presentations to a more of a thud and a one knocker, a lot of these pressured areas or certain groups of fish will react differently with some. With this front coming in, it may mean a color switch up or a BB and a sound and octave change for some of these anglers. And then we're seeing even one more or two more types of baits. We're seeing crankbaits work for Stephen Browning. He said in his area, grass is growing just a few inches off the bottom, maybe half a foot to a foot versus halfway up the water column. So he's able to use a 5 to 7 foot crankbait, you know, the DT6 style bait that you're able to use actually in Florida at that top end. It's a lot thinner, a lot closer to the bottom. And then we saw Noah Winslow using a shallow jerk bait, but a lot of that fish or a lot of that grass clumped up on his jerk bait when he brought in his catches. So he's obviously fishing in really clumped up grass, but able to be above it with a shallow jerk bait. So we're seeing lipless crankbaits, bladed jigs, swim jigs as well, and then we're talking about the jerk baits and crankbaits too. So variety of there, and then if you even include Such, Freddie Palmer, flipping reeds, we've seen a variety of baits already in play. If Cliff Prince got his prop bait working, we may see even topwater come into play on Bass Live today.
What's going on, everybody? We're still out here just trapping away. It's getting a little tough on us. We hadn't had a bite in a while, which is about on pace for how day one went. Besides, we actually have a limit today and no 8-pounders. Day one, when it was this tough, it was I had 3 till about 12 o'clock, I think, but we had an 8 and a 4. So no big ones yet. Still got plenty of time, but just keep plucking along, throwing this little Berkeley jack around, and hopefully we can catch a big one.
Slow and steady. We are slow and steady this morning. Not as fiery as yesterday, but I mean, we in the top 10 in Florida, so I'm really not gonna complain. And I get to sit here and be in front of the camera, which I know all y'all know I love doing that. So yeah, no, just got to keep my head down and keep going. I mean, they're out here. I might make a little bit of a move and go fish some fresh stuff here in a little bit before this wind and stuff starts coming. But I mean, front coming in like this, I mean, it's usually a good time for these big ones to start firing. Just got to kind of wait them out, you know, just run it by their face. I mean, seems like I got a lot of bites yesterday. Maybe it's just because I was channeling my inner scope and just casting at dots where I thought they were, I guess. But I don't know. It's been fun so far. So far, can't complain. Just hoping that one of these bites are a great big one and I'll go nuts. Maybe, I don't know, maybe if I catch a big one, I'll start grittying on the front deck and just start making some TV for y'all. That's the plan.
If you close your eyes, you can't tell if it's JVD or Bo Thomas. They're from both in the Kalamazoo area, and they sound exactly the same. I was about to say JVD doing the gritty. No, that's Bo Thomas doing the gritty.
Thomas is 27 and JVD's 37, Ronnie.
Bo made a couple top 10s the last few years. Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma, Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway as well. Proven that a Michigan man can succeed in the South. Having another great week this week at the Kissimmee chain. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. Live coverage brought to you by Power Pole. Great way to start the season off. Historic fashion, Such. Got a runaway here, Cody Stahl. No, he's not fishing East Lake Toho or something. He is fishing Lake Toho like everybody else. He has just found the magic spot, and he's not sharing it with anyone else. Stephen Browning now moving into second place. We see Jonathan Van Dam, Bo Thomas, Cliff Prince all sharing a general region. Those three anglers were all top 5, top 6 coming into the final day, and certainly hurt their odds of winning by splitting up fish. But Cody Stahl has had the best area all to himself unofficially this week. Almost a 31-pound lead currently.
Sometimes things just go, everything just goes your way, Ronnie.
Absolutely. We mentioned it, Jonathan Van Dam's been in second all morning. Stephen Browning caught one earlier, went a long drought without catching till his second one. This one here has put him into second place on our unofficial leaderboard.
Maybe they eat this one. Who knows? Who knows?
Same thing where he's bumping it.
Yeah.
I think there's more than one doing that.
Oh yeah, there's a wad of them, man. Then you just got to get one fired up. What's that kid? The heck is it? No, she's probably a pound and 3/4. Oh, we're just throwing a number out there.
I always do that when I like shop the pants. I'm like,
Right.
I'm not there. I'm a 35. Never good.
She.
5 pounds, 4 ounces. You got another 20 pounds to go.
There you go. 2 10s, right? 2 10s.
Bertha and Martha. Megalodon version 4. Kind of like, I guess you know, I mean, what's the biggest fish you've caught in a tournament?
9.6, I think. Yeah. And didn't even get Okeechobee, didn't even get big bass.
I think I remember watching you on TV.
No, I caught a 9 something at Toledo. Yeah, I have caught some big ones over there on a
I was watching you in a tournament on Bassmaster before I worked.
right. That was probably.
I think like one fish choked one of your ears or something. It was like that.
Steve Brown has got himself a handful with John Scipione in the boat. He is more of a talker than me.
No way.
A
Yes,
little bit let down this morning. Had to sit down and make a tackle change. Since I broke one off, I hadn't really had that happen, so I tied on some bigger line, trying to get used to the feel. I was trying a bigger rod on the bigger line, but I just couldn't make these accurate pitches in there. And these reeds, you can't really hit these reeds, and you can't make a big splash. It spooks them. And so I'm trying to get used to a whole different feel, even though I got the same rod and reel. So I just spooked one right there. I seen him head off in the reeds. I seen the reeds move. So I'm trying to get used to this and get back to my comfort zone. Not getting a lot of bites, but I feel like I've lost one really nice one. And I know I lost a 2-pounder because he jumped up out of the water on me. But you know, my bites have been coming like from 11 till about 1 o'clock anyway. So I guess anything I get till then's a bonus fish. Just should be having 3 right now, not 1. We'll see.
Heading from Freddie Palmer to Noah Winslow.
We're just down here, made a little bit of a run. It was kind of a slow morning up in Toho, but down here in Hatchinaw, down where I caught a couple bigger ones down here in practice, or in the tournament. The first day I had a 7.5, and yesterday I had a 7, so I haven't been catching a ton of fish, but I've definitely been getting some of the right bites. So we're down here hoping to get another one of those. Saw some fish schooling right here, but first time I've seen that, but hopefully we catch a couple of those and see what happens.
We now have Toho, Hatchinaw, and Tiger Lake represented.
What bait you using today?
Right now I'm just throwing a fluke, but mostly today so far I've been throwing a jerkbait. Fishing hydrilla up in Toho, but now down in here I'm going to be doing a little bit of punch-in. That's kind of how I've been catching some of my bigger fish, and dragging a bait out on some shell, just kind of on the outside of where I've been punching. Depends on if there's clouds or sun, and if they're up underneath, or if they want to kind of scoot around the outside a little bit.
There's 7-pounders have gone a long way for Noah Winslow, Ronnie. It's more than half his, a little bit less than half his 2-day weight. At 18-12 on day 1, 14 even yesterday.
That's a Florida bag. They're 14 with a 7-pounder.
Yeah.
And then 18 with a 7-pounder meant that he got a second solid bite. You see that? It's talking about throwing a fluke, soft plastic jerk bait, more towards the surface, but subsurface still, kind of like a top water at times. Now he said punching as well, and then he said he's going to drag a bead. I believe he said drag a bead off the edge of the stuff on some hard spots. That is a Carolina rig reference, I do believe. Looking at our top 4, Cody Stahl, Stephen Browning, Jonathan Van Dam, and Jonathan Kelly.
Browning's fish cut his deficit under 30 pounds, Ronnie, but Cody Stahl is still on I think a record opens margin of victory is 21-11 at Okeechobee. Got Martin.
Yeah, 21-11 seemed very doable today when you start the day with a 19-pound lead.
He's the only one with the limit. The only one who's culled. Well, our second and third place guys who start day one, Cliff Prince and Terry Scroggins, are fishless so far.
With all these laid over reeds, making a good canopy. There we go. Fish number 2. Thought it looked too good to not be one in there. Maybe we can get this day rolling. $294. Number 2.
Freddie Palmer.
All it takes is 4 days and that big 10-pounder.
Only person flipping that we've seen until Noah Winslow now picking up a flipping stick. Slow and steady, but making it work for Freddie Palmer. It's gotten him to the top 10, and it's moving him up the leaderboard as well today. Smile on his face. You're fishing the top 10.
Hey, yeah, he's a happiest second one ever.
Kind of a stressless day, you know.
Yeah, if you can't think you can win, you just gotta.
You're just doing your best and letting it be what it'll be. And we'll be back just a few minutes to Lake Toho, Cypress, Hatchinahaw, Tiger, and Kissimmee. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Open here at the Kissimmee Chain, our first live show of the season. Lake Toho, Cypress, Hatchinahaw, Tiger Lake, and Kissimmee make up the chain. And everybody's looking to make up some margin today, Such. They all started 19 plus pounds back. Cody Stahl has extended that, almost a 30-pound lead so far. He's had a limit and has been culling for quite a while. Meanwhile, Stephen Browning, Jonathan Van Dam, Jonathan Kelly, all switching spots within the top 5 throughout the morning as each one inches towards a limit. As we take you on a tour of the Kissimmee Chain. You see where Noah Winslow has made an adjustment from Toho down to Hatchinahaw, and you can see that south end of Toho as you make your way towards the lock has been a popular region for a lot of people, and it has been for sure for a couple of our top 10 guys. And Jonathan Kelly has talked about he's been on a little bit of a deeper edge. Cliff Prince, Jonathan Van Dam said yesterday there's a huge group of boats about a mile away on day 1. And yesterday they must have fished out the area because they all got closer and it ended up really depleting areas. But when you have large, expansive grass flats, that tends to happen. Everybody roams around and you kind of relocate. And on the Deep Dive app, I can kind of show you a satellite visual of this south end of Toho. And you can see, if you're not used to Florida, this right here, red line, is actually the shoreline of this general area. And then we can circle it in blue. This is all topped out vegetation that you can go and you can see the different lines that people have trolled through, or boat lanes, things like that. But then let's undo that. Oh, let's trash that. We'll go to the white. And this is like the drone shot we showed earlier, and you were saying, now what is this general area? It's all this submerged vegetation. There's different clumps, different holes in it as well. You can see guys who are even off of it. You've got some other sparse and scarce vegetation off the end of it, where you can fish even deeper around some of the thinner grass. But when we think about, let's go to how the weather today is impacting it. Let's change it to our hybrid map where we could see the wind effects. It took me over to Gunnersville, Such. It took me to Gunnersville.
Nice.
Let's get back to...
It's next.
That is next.
Come back to Florida.
Let's get back to Toho here. You can see on this map of the weather, this morning the wind was coming in at that northwest direction from the northwest, and now it's started to change during takeoff. During the morning it was straight from the north. Now it's coming from the northeast, and this is what it's going to be the rest of the day. And you can see that southwest portion of Toho, which is where right here Cody Stahl's been fishing, is going to get pounded with wind this afternoon. Meanwhile, the guys like Cliff Prince were saying they were sheltered in this general region from the wind this morning because of the big point right here. And now today, with the wind coming this direction, it's going to hit their area a little harder, maybe change up the way these fish present themselves. Maybe the shallower grass isn't going to be as good. So looking at the deep dive app, you can kind of visually see the satellite image of the grass, still see some of those lines. Then you can see how the weather, is the wind going to hit this hard? Is it going to blow down the edge? Is it going to blow straight into it? You can kind of break it down there as well. So a good little visual for those who have never fished Lake Toho, South End.
Hank Weldon on stage yesterday warning guys who had to drive through the Carolinas they're going to get some snow from this bomb cyclone that's going up the Atlantic and going to bring some snow there. And it could go as far as right on the edge of northern Alabama near Gunnersville. It'll be cold. Bomb cyclone, they call it. It spins and dumps a bunch of snow.
Bomb like cool? Like cool?
Well,
it's the bomb.
One.
No, probably not.
And that's the first bite we've had in a while. So hopefully that's a sign that they're going to start biting a little bit. Been sure enough slow for me today. As slow as it's been all week. So hopefully, I don't know what time it is. What time is it? 10:30. That gun. Time flies when you're having fun.
Prince was the one who was talking about
Finally had a bite though. That's a good sign.
the clumps of pepper grass that are topped out on the surface, Such, and it's cleared out around the base of those. And at some point between you and the topped out pepper grass is hydrilla. So you're able to fish, if you cast up towards the pepper grass, knowing that it's cleared out sandier areas, more clean bottom, but at some point you're gonna run into some hydrilla and eelgrass, and that's where those fish will be on some sort of the line of it, ready to ambush. He said that that's been the deal. And so you start to see him using a wacky rig now, maybe in some of the cleared off areas, you know, as he slows down and picks it apart. He did that yesterday afternoon to upgrade with a 3-pounder or so late in the day.
I hear Johnny over there talking to him. I hadn't seen anybody setting the world on fire over here anyway.
He set the world on fire when he wanted Wheeler, Ronnie. He was kind of like Cody Stahl, had the spot.
Had the spot. It's crazy how that happens. His best ever Elite Series finish results in a win during his worst Elite Series ever. It's crazy how you get those bright spots.
Golly. The freaking frack, man, he drilled it. There he is. There he is. That's a good one here. Yep, that's a good one. I'm gonna make it a good one. Be a good one. Be a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. I smell like that's a good one. Come on, baby. Nope, just a good chunk. Dang, man. Dang, I thought that was gonna be a good one. I'm mad at a fish, but it's Not his fault. Oh, just throw it on there. Not his fault. He hadn't been alive long enough to be a good one. Dang. That's gonna make it on the exemption card right there. Well, I mean, it is what it is. I knew we was fixing to get bit. I got bit on the cast before too. Poles down. Come on, 3-pounders. Gotta start somewhere. Hiding at the boat. That one hit a bit right here at the boat just a second ago, man. I mean, he freaking freight trained it. Like nothing. Don't think them birds don't know where the bait is. Well, that's 2 on this color. Maybe that's what I needed to do. Change colors. We'll take it. Come on. There's some fish right here. I just feel like it. Way too many birds hanging out. Oh man. Come on, be patient, be patient, be patient, be patient. Golly, man, they're freaking, come on, man, there's another one. Biggin, 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 100% biggin, 100% good one. Not a biggin, but it's a good one. It's a good one. Come on, girl, stay down, stay down. Oh, Lord. She's not fighting you hard. Golly, dang good one. I think 5 or 6 pounds on that bit. Oh, I want to catch a big one so bad. Caught an 8-pounder in practice. We'll take him. We'll take him. All right. Get on in there.
Well, Such, I can't blame Browning. Just a minute ago, he caught one that had just hatched and didn't have enough time to be a big one. So the next one bites with a little bit of shoulder weight, a little bit of size to him. So it is a good one.
He's got a limit now.
Because it's bigger than the last one he caught.
Wasn't a true biggin.
Stephen Browning has gone from down the leaderboard a little bit into second and now improving his second place standing. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Open presented by Battery Tender. Live coverage today brought to you by Power Pole. Here you go, Such, taking the path of Least resistance for some. Airboat heading
I don't know
up.
about least resistance. Chopping it up right there.
I mean, that's smoother than out in the lake with the wind blowing for an airboat for sure, you know.
I wonder if our guys get thrown off an airboat once. Out of the boat into the brush. It's okay though.
You threw someone?
No.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Stephen Browning's been on a hot streak the last couple minutes, catching a couple keepers. What was it? Did he fill his limit? That last one?
Yeah.
Yeah, filled his
There it
limit.
is.
Second angler with a limit.
9 pounds about.
This is the biggest gap we've seen from second to third all day, 4+ pounds. Living at the north end of Lake Toho.
First to 10th is almost 40 pounds difference, Ronnie.
Hooked up again.
I'm kind of getting rid of one anyway.
Chartreuse and blueback crankbait.
Drop me a knot. Yeah. You got like I thought like a 1-2 was a smallie.
Well, it's maybe a little bad.
I thought I had, I just dropped one in there that was like 13 incher. I'm gonna rinse her face off. Look at that. See what I mean, man? It goes from nothing to a few. That one's on 1-4. Didn't like it. Red. Red. See, and this is what you do. And you grab old booger red right there. Put his tag on this one. If you just measured, just weighed, put him in there, put him in here. I guess it's a little bit bigger than oh yeah. Come on. That'll be blue.
He'd be disappointed a little bit that his fish aren't bigger, but man, last year, remember his disappointment? We thought he had won at Tom Bigby, and Trey Schroeder came in half a pound ahead
They're
of
just idling around
Only 4
on this
fish?
grass flat. I just feel like these fish keep moving, and it's been slow this morning, just kind of how every morning has been. I think they might group up, you know, where we've kind of caught them as the day goes on, but right now, everyone that I have had bite has been a solo. So just taking a few minutes, idling around until I found the one group yesterday. Happened to just go by on side scan and kind of seen a cluster. You could see like all the bait in it and a couple like bigger dots. And then when I stepped up, dropped the trolling motor, I was able to start catching them. So that's what we're looking for now. It's worth taking the chance with you know, where we are and stuff like that. You never know, you might run into a huge school and that can really change your tournament. And that's what it seems like. It seems like in the mornings they're kind of spread apart, and then as the day goes on they like to group up. So if you land on one of those schools, basically from now on, from 11 to the end of the day is going to be key. It's just finding one. There's just so much grass here, they can swim anywhere. So we're just looking to see if we could find something within that they might be set up on right now, and hopefully take advantage of it. You know, I think it's definitely worth the time because I did it yesterday and it paid off. So see if we could find something, and we'll go from there. But that's what we're doing right now. That's the game plan. Got nothing to lose. We're fishing day 3, so try to make the most of it.
Like you said, you could You could be wondering why he's not fishing and just be spending time fishing. If he takes 20 minutes to go do this, then he can make the next hour and a half be more fruitful than it would have been searching around on the front of the boat. Back out to our leader, Cody Stahl. Does have a backup area, but may not need it today. He continues to do his deal like he has been.
Still out here just plucking along. Definitely a little bit slower day today. Kind of expected to have a few more bites, at least 4-pounders out here. But we had a little bit warmer night last night, which rose the water temp up just a touch. I mean, we're sitting at like 59. So I got a feeling a lot of the big females are already moving up. So we're gonna give it a little bit more time. I'm sitting on a sweet spot right now. And if I don't get bit here in a second, at least one bite, like a good one, I'm gonna go mill around and up shallow, and maybe we can find some shallow fish and maybe even a spawn or two. So I definitely think that they're on the way up. So we'll go see if that's a fact or not here in a minute. But unless we catch a 7-8 pounder out here, then I'll probably just end up staying. But much rather catch them on a big stick flipping than anything else. But man, I love throwing a rattle trap. So
First ever check from B.A.S.S competitions. Ronnie came from here, co-angler. He was 4th place in the 2020.
It's very cool
Open.
to see his progression. Like I talked about, high school All-American, goes into college on a brand new fishing team on scholarship, able to form that up for a few years.
definitely a different day.
Go into the opens
like,
as a co-angler
I've
with
been
his
telling
dad.
all my buddies that's been texting and calling and everything all week that tomorrow's always a new day in Florida, and that is a fact. I mean, they can be here one day and gone the next. I'm really fortunate to pull up and have a decent morning, catch a limit and settle me down. But man, Florida has got me multiple times before, and so finally to get out of here with a really good tournament, it's definitely feels good. Definitely feels like I'm on the right track to getting Florida figured out. So
Now we talk about going from a co-angler on the opens, fishing with his dad, to now his dad turned into a co-angler, was fishing with him. Now he's a couple
Tables
hours
have
from
turned.
being a 2-time Opens champ and Classic qualifier.
Co-angler champ.
I see you out there diving. You'll just come on up in here hot. You jack them around. Get your foot around, they're hot. Heavy. Get over here, show. Yeah, that's a good solid pound upgrade anyway. Maybe. Quit. Yeah. Exactly a pound. 2.4.
Pound upgrade. Gonna start inching towards that 50-pound mark. We're still 10 to 11 pounds, Such, from Cody Stahl's 2-day weight.
I know it. All right, here we go. Come on, John. Come on, Bubba.
What a spectacle it's been for Cody Stahl. Doesn't want to come in with anything less than 28 pounds though. He wants to just continue to slam the door, but 2 28-pound days and about a 14.5, 15-pound day since. Not too shabby because it's still the biggest bag of the day. Stephen Browning jumping into second and staking claim to that. Meanwhile, the Jonathans are third and fourth. We'll be right back. Back here at Tiger Lake, Turtlebox Bassmaster Open on the Kissimmee chain. That's where Freddie Palmer is and has been. Been prosperous for him. Meanwhile, we've got Kissimmee, Hatchinahaw, Cypress, and Toho in play as well. A lot of our anglers in Toho. We saw Noah Winslow make a move and lock through down to Hatchinahaw about an hour ago.
How you say that, Ronnie Moore? Hatchinahaw.
Hatchinahaw.
Here's what we're looking for. A little better. Well, I don't know. Should be close to 30. And he ain't as big as the last one, 267. Alright. I guess that makes number 3.
Keeper number 3 for Freddie Palmer.
This crooked mouth. He must have been caught when he was little. Got a little crooked mouth. Oh, it's skinny. It's just longer than that other one. That other one, that's a male there, and that other one was a female.
There's some Still Springs, Tennessee there on Timmy's Ford.
You know, Such, when you build up a lot of static energy and then you touch something that shocks you,
yes,
you get a little bit of hatch in your haul there too.
Do you?
Yeah.
Seriously, what do you think Cody Stahl went out with a 19-7 lead, thinking he needed to catch today to win? I don't think he cares about any record. He just wants to win, get to the Classic.
I think you just need to catch a limit.
He just thinks, any limit, I'll be good.
Yeah, and then he'll initially say, I just need to catch a limit.
No, wait, so the limit would be, smallest limit we've seen here is 6-7 pounds.
Yeah.
But 10 pounds, you think
but then he's probably thinking, oh.
It's 30 though.
It's Florida. If I make him catch 30, then I'll feel confident. That's always what I felt when guys go out with the biggest bag or a big lead is make everyone else have to catch the biggest bag of the tournament to beat you. And so, 19-pound lead, you go catch 9 pounds and change, 10 pounds, make him have to catch 29. That's bigger than anything.
But you don't want to have to worry. You want to be able to come in and go, I got this.
Man, it's turned into a little bit of a grinder. Really slow morning so far. Only 2 bites. And just trying to see if I can trigger one. I don't know. Something's definitely changed for sure. I don't know if it's the weather, cloud cover, what it might be, but we're gonna keep grinding. Yeah, if you're gonna have a tough day for sure, you want it to be the 3rd day. I mean, heck, you don't want to have any tough days, but you know, I mean, it's having 2 good days, starting the season off with a top 10 is always a blessing for sure. Get some good momentum going, some good points. Can't really complain. I just love a 7 to 10 pounder right now, that's all. I ain't picky. I don't feel like it's asking for much.
All right, here's a question for you. How do you get your body back in shape?
That is a great question. You know, to be honest with you right now, my back is pretty sore with the off season and getting back into the swing of it, and especially, you know, coming out here where you're covering ground and chunking and winding, making a lot of casts. It's definitely taxing on the body. My back is feeling it now after, you know, the 7th day of doing this. So it's time to get a little bit more stamina built up when I get home, though, for sure. I'm feeling it.
Won the Elite 14 years ago, Ronnie. He's 37 years old. Makes me feel real old thinking that he was a kid when he came out. Pretty much.
Beat another kid in that tournament. Him at Polinick on that final day. First and second.
I thought about saying I usually just, you know, try to get myself back in shape by eating cake and a couple cold beers. I mean, it's cold.
Cody Stahl 71-1 unofficially right now. Stephen Browning 46 and change.
It's
Jonathan
Browning
Van
on the
Dam.
right. He's over 10 pounds today, though. Browning is.
Oh, horrible.
Admittedly, it's a tougher day than the last two.
Yeah, and then
Conditions have
Jonathan Van
changed.
Dam hanging in third was still with only 2 fish. Freddie Palmer moving up to 4th with just 3 fish. So other than Stahl and Browning, limits have been difficult to come by, and Stahl's obviously caught 2 limits worth so far this morning.
Browning had a pretty good run there. They were all, you know, smaller class fish, but he caught several in a row. We got Nico Romero for 1 fish, but his bass track has not pinged since about 8 a.m.
Got Marshalls with 9th and 10th coming into today. Cameras with the top 8. First time all week these guys have gone out with someone in their boat. The Opens being just a boaters tournament now.
Lance with the one brought you. That's what showed. Look at him now. He's way over yonder. They laugh at me, I fish so slow. That one look good. That one look good. Need to get my pole down. Come on, sugar. Way out yonder. Try again. Ow. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's why I fish so slow. I don't want to leave one behind. A little better. A little better. Not quite 3, but should go a heavy 2. Yeah. 212. 110 blue. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. That's a good trade. Now then, if I could just trade that up on this one, next one. That's the reason I fish so stinking slow. Because you mess around, you'll leave one out.
Don't want to mess around and leave one out there for sure. Stephen Browning making a move up the leaderboard. Started the day in 4th, moved up to 2nd, but has extended the gap from 2nd to 3rd quite a bit. He's got a limit and a mountain to climb. That mountain is called Mount Stahl. Cody Stahl dominating the Kissimmee chain of lakes. We'll be back in an hour here on Bassmaster.com and Roku for the afternoon portion of the Open.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here in the Sunshine State, Florida, kicking off our year for the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. The Kissimmee chain of lakes, that includes Toho, Cypress, Hatchinahaw, Tiger, and Kissimmee for the 5-lake chain that will make up stop number 1 of Division I. Big Toho Marina is our takeoff location and weigh-in venue today, where we will crown a champion this afternoon that will go to the Bassmaster Classic, barring that they fish the rest of Division I this year. Cody Stahl been in a commanding lead for a while, but since he hit 71 pounds, Such, Stephen Browning, Jonathan Kelly, Jonathan Van Dam, they were around 41 pounds. Everyone has gained 5 to 6 pounds closer to Stahl, but he is still in a commanding, historic, and improbable margin of victory right now. The biggest we've seen.
Couple 10-pounders, a 12-pounder, maybe 14-pounder, they're right back in it,
get
Ronnie.
right back in there. Absolutely. You see our guy started the day in 2nd place. Cliff Prince, still with no fish today, has dropped to 9th. Guy, when we ended our first 3-hour session of the day, Stephen Browning had been making a charge. He had jumped from 4th to start the morning into 2nd place and had widened his margin over 3rd place. And he has been the one making the biggest move over this mid-morning period. And he's hooked up.
Come on, little sweet dumpling, you. Come on. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, sugar. Don't be doing it, sugar. Don't be doing it. Don't do it. All right, let's try. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got it good. Come on, right here. Go, come here. Silly thing. Come here. Yeah. No, yeah. Got her. Lay out here. Lay out here. Sir. Those are the ones you need right there, man. Lay out here, you just gotta weed through these little rascals and get them one like that. Thank you, Lord. That's a good one. Matter of fact, so good, we're gonna put her over here on the other side, all by herself.
That is a good one.
See if we can get her some friends as the day goes.
for him for sure.
Get up 4. Yes. 4. All right, all right. That's a 2-pound upgrade too.
I stand corrected. We saw a 4 and a change from Jonathan Kelly.
4, 5. That was red. 2, 6, 2, 6, 4, 5. Yep. Clear. Little red. Little booger red. Get out of that whole booger red. That's a good call. Come on. Yeah. Yes. Oh, sorry about that, man. We just a little jacked up right now. Get on in there, sugar. Yes. That was a good one. That's what we're talking about. Clear. All right. That's what we come out here to find.
Joined his son, Bo, on the Elite Series. Of course, Stephen was a long-time Elite. Last year he came close to the EQ3 events, 93rd at Champlain, the first event. And then he gets 23rd in a 4th place at, 8th at Wheeler.
Out with our leader, Cody Stahl.
We're still out here plucking along. Hope you enjoyed the break. We did not catch anything during the break, so nobody worry. It's been pretty tough. We're about to make a move here in a minute and go fish the bank, see if we can't catch some flipping fish. I think a lot of these fish are just locked down with this front rolling in. I mean, I knew this morning was going to be pretty good. A pretty good bite window, and it was, but I still figured with how many fish are out here, and I mean still out here, I'd be able to get bit. Tried a couple different things and just hadn't really been able to get bit, but we're going to come back out here later in the day, right before we have to go back, and see if we can't, capitalize on another bite window once this front really gets pushed in. They've been biting pretty good out here in the afternoons too, so we'll see if we can pick some up. But in the meantime, until we get closer to 3 o'clock, I'm gonna go fish the bank and see if we can't catch one flipping. But all in all, it's been a super blessed week. I mean, you can't ask for a better start to your season with a top 10 finish and a really good event. So I mean, hopefully nothing crazy happens and we pull this one out, but man, just going in today with a 19-pound lead, you don't get that too often, and to have 2 28-pound bags back to back in Florida, that's pretty incredible. Really, it's like the main key to my success is I was just throwing a trap the whole time, but the main thing was my setup. When you're throwing a big heavy trap, you have to have the right rod and the right reel. So I'm throwing my reel is an Abu Garcia STX 8-1-1, throwing it on 20-pound fluoro, and the rod is what's really key with this big trap. So this is a world class 7.5 extra heavy, extra fast. Everybody's probably like, gosh dang, that's a meat stick. Well, this world class extra heavy, extra fast, I mean, it's got a really good tip to it. So, I mean, it doesn't really lock up sharp. It's got a really parabolic bend to it, so you can have the ability to load up on these fish, but it's stiff enough to keep your bait clean in a short amount of distance. Whenever you're snatching it, you come to a clump and you snatch it out of the clump, you want that bait to be clean on the first snatch. You don't want it to clean off 5 foot past the clump, because those fish are sitting right next to it. And so that really increases your the number of bites that you get when you're working a trap. So having the right rod and the right reel and the right setup is really huge when you're trap fishing. So that's one thing that I really do a lot of, and I love throwing a trap. So it's panned out for me this week and got me this far and had a really good morning to it. So you can't ask for anything better. And just really, I want to say a huge shout out to everybody that's been calling and texting me all week, just checking in, telling me congrats on the couple of days that I've had. But I really appreciate it, and my hat's off to the few guys that were out here that didn't really catch them like I did. They were super respectful on day 2, and they gave me plenty of space. So I can't thank them enough to working with me. And really, it's like that was a huge thing for me. just being able to settle down and just, you know, do what I needed to do. And, you know, those guys were super respectful, and my hat's off to them. But all in all, it's like huge thanks to all my family and friends that's just reached out to me and been supporting me, you know, throughout my entire career. And man, I really want to just seal the deal with a great big one, but man, I don't even know what to say, because just super blessed week, and I just hope we can go back to the Classic, because man, that was an awesome experience. And my first Classic experience, I was so wound up. I mean, I was trying my best to keep my head, you know, my head on straight, and I just wanted to, you know, win. I wanted to make good decisions. I wanted to freaking catch some big ones, and I really didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would, because I was so stressed out about it. It's like I'm super competitive in nature, and I was so wigged out with it. But you know, I'm really looking forward to getting back there, and hopefully we do today. But that is an awesome experience to be in. So this next Classic that we're hopefully in, I'm gonna treat it a little different. You know, I'm gonna fish a lot more free. You know, I'm just gonna go out there and have fun, like my plan was this week. You know, coming into this event, I told myself, based on my history in Florida, I was not gonna do where I caught them at in practice, you know, if I didn't think the conditions lined up for it. Oh gosh, dang it. Lock me up.
What a breakdown of the stuff that got him here, bait-wise and rod-wise, because that is a good setup to have, especially pulling a lipless crankbait through grass and making long casts. But Cody Stahl, your incredible week. You might not even had to fish today. 56 pounds through 2 days. Stephen Browning's last fish just got him to 50 pounds and change. Still a big lead from your 2-day total, Cody Stahl, so take a bow. You have done fantastic. Still more work to do if you want to end it with a bang, but still has a chance to do that, Such. One big one, and he can kind of feel like the celebration he commits.
He's had really big ones on each day. Day one, a 9.5 or 6, and then an 8.14 that ended up being the biggest of day two. And 2 28-pound days. Nobody else has had 2 20-pound days.
Fireworks can happen in Florida when you find the right stretch as these fish transition and move. For those just joining us, water temps on Toho around the 54 to 59 degree water temperatures over the last couple days. As it's changed, different pockets of Toho may carry a little more heat than others, but that mid 50s, mid to upper 50s has been the water temperature. And this staging area, this big grass line, grass flat, has been so good to Cody Stahl. He caught 3 1-pounders on him in successive casts in practice, day one, and said, okay, all the buck bass are moving up here, meaning the females are gonna be on the way soon. Give it a few days. The weather was good and they started making a move, and then the weather got cold and it didn't have any reason for them to pull off, and they all stayed, and it's been a magical 3 days so far.
Really has worked out well for him. It's his thought process of where they're gonna be.
That's a big one, that's a good one. Oh my God, please, please. Stay pinned up. Stay pinned up. Come right here. Come here. Come here. Oh God, come here, give me your mouth. Come on, baby! Let's go! That is freaking huge. Oh my Lord. Give me some of that. Boom! Lake Toho biggin', baby, come on! Oh my gosh, that's freaking... Oh my Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Come on. Come on, lock. There we go. Yes! Come on!
Bo Thomas, we're seeing two solid ones now, Such, one from Browning, one from Thomas.
I mean,
this afternoon.
Be 1 pounders to get rid of. What do we got here?
Goodbye. Let's go. Oh my word. Go on a big side.
Up to third place now.
Ooh. Oh, let's go. Come on.
There's the gritty. Missed the Such.
Yes.
Out to Jonathan Kelly. Currently sitting in 5th place. Still one more to go for a limit.
Which right now is for 3rd place, Ronnie. There's 3 guys really close.
Catch you up on Jonathan's week. He had mechanical issues day 1. Finally, it said it took him 45 minutes to get to his spot. He was able to catch a 10-pounder there. Had 2 other fish to go with it that day, 3 fish. It took him roughly 2 hours to get to his spot and back because of a pinched wire was causing his boat to shut off while running. And so he didn't know if he'd have 10 feet of running or 50 feet of running or a mile until it would shut off. And so he finally got that figured out, and yesterday had a good day. Was able to catch a limit and jump up into the top 5. Started the day in 5th. He is still there right now and having an okay day today. Like we said, one more to a limit.
Started the day with 33.10, his 10-pounder, 10.7, almost a third of his 2-day weight, Ronnie.
That's what it takes in Florida. That's what it takes in Florida. Out to Stephen Browning, guy who's had the best midday. About when Cody Stahl's bite stopped, Stephen Browning, a couple miles away, it started for him.
I don't think he's much. Hey, maybe. I don't be knowing on that one. Maybe. There's a pile of them out there though. 2.6. Maybe a 2.10, 2.8. Could be a 2.5. Get on up there. 2.5. Oh well. Come on, Big.
Wind is picking up out there around anymore.
Yeah, he's on the north end of Toho and the wind's blowing from the north, so even with the decent ripple where he's at, it should be more ideal than the south end of Toho. Absolutely. We see Stephen Browning. That fish will get added to that 50 pounds, 3 ounce total. Look at that, I just noticed the Such. You can see the top 4 all with limits on our leaderboard there too. Jonathan Kelly with 4, it ends under the ounce mark. Jonathan Van Dam with 3 in 6th place. The Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series will take its shot at the Kissimmee chain next week, February 7th through the 8th, their kickoff event. Everyone started the Kissimmee chain suits. We had high school, juniors, college 2 or 3 weeks ago. We got the Opens this week, Kayak Series next week, while we are at Gunnersville for the first Elite Series event of the season. So anglers getting primed up. I don't think these are our anglers fishing and practicing. I think it's just kayaks are all the rage now. It's the new and big and growing. You see Noah Winslow making his way to Lake Kissimmee. First angler really making some casts in there in our top 10. So we head all the way up to Stephen Browning, not far from Big Toho Marina. He's been on a heater the last 3 hours, catching all of his weight culling out as well.
Definitely wind's a little stiff now.
Fourth to second without spending much gas money.
She bringing it now. No, not here. I mean, I think it's that little old corner back in here is gonna be fine. I caught some good ones over there yesterday. I want to go hit it. I need to go hit it now before this wind just jacks it all up. But I don't think it'll jack it up, but I don't think it's gonna jack it up anytime soon. We should have another good hour or so before it gets too bad. Like water clarity and stuff, you know? Yeah. I need to go up here and hit these 2 good places up here in front of me while they're biting, and then run over there, and then I'll run back here in this corner. That's gonna be the most protected, you know, of anything. Just to
got a plan, bounce around to a couple key areas while they're biting, try to maximize this window that might be working elsewhere, not just this on this specific spot. And Stephen Browning, like we said, started in 4th, so it's not a huge move to 2nd place Such, but of the anglers today, he has definitely had the best day, putting some pounds between him and everyone else from 3rd on down. Browning, other than Cody Stahl, having the best week of anyone so far.
Right now he's at 14 pounds, 2 ounces on bass track. With that last 4 1/4 catch, he's about 6 ounces off Cody Stahl's setting pace today, 14 1/2.
Just narrowly missed making the Classic last year at the Tin Tom Waterway. We'll be there for the Tennessee Tom Bigby event for the Elite Series, but he came up short 2nd place there, really put on a show that final day as well.
He was Mr. Opens for a while, thought he was going to do it again.
Oh, he is one of the best anglers, track record-wise, in the Opens, especially when you get on fisheries with grass or rivers.
Just wave.
Phenomenal angler looking to make the Elite Series once again, to join his son on the stage this time. His son Bo Browning on the Elite Series, and we almost had a situation there where Laker Howell and Stephen Browning tried to meet their father and their son on the Elite Series at the Classic, but neither of the Elite guys did their job to make the Classic. So the Opens relatives almost got it done.
Laker will be in the Classic. He won 2 events last year.
2 events, 2 out of 3.
And this week he started pretty good with 17 pounds, and then only 3 fish yesterday. He fell outside our check range at top 45 at 49th. Bernie Schultz, last angler with a check at 45th, 22-11. Day 1, 45th was, I think, 11-11. Thomas has the third heaviest weight on bass track right now, Ronnie. 13.2. He's up to third place. Started 8th place, I believe.
Bo Thomas been fishing in the general area where Jonathan Kelly, Cliff Prince, Jonathan Van Dam have all been, and we've seen how difficult it could be for the others who have yet to piece together their limit. But like you said, Such, great start to the morning for him off the bat, and then a couple 1-pounders there to fill the gaps, and then the last 2 fish he's caught have been 2 of his better ones today, and he's got a decent limit and definitely moved up the leaderboard. Took advantage of the close weights, and I say close weights from 2nd to 10th. It was relatively close, still about a 5-pound gap from 2nd to 10th, whereas it was 19 from 1st to 2nd.
That's too much to overcome, maybe.
Yeah.
The 5 pounds isn't. It's like nothing compared to 1st to 2nd.
4 anglers today with limits, and that one right there. Big helper and Cole for him just a couple minutes ago.
Still got 2 1-pounders, Ronnie. He could do some damage and catch up to Stephen Browning.
If he catches 38.5 pounds, he is there. He is right there with Cody Stahl. 38.5, that's all.
They're down there somewhere, but the odds of that happening, low, low, low. Jonathan Kelly, our biggest bass, is a 10.7. Last time we were here in 2022, I think we had a 9.7 and a 9.5, kind of won the big bass days. Nobody has put it together like Cody Stahl, having a 9.5 and a 6.10 and then a couple other 4 pluses, 28.9 on day 1. Then starts his day with 8.14 and gets his 28-pound limit pretty quick.
Once covered Taudot in this general region of Toho, the north end of Toho. Always seems like some guy survives out of other people fishing close, and then you've got the clusters of boats down towards the south end where more guys will survive and make it. As Browning's hooked up again.
Yeah, yep. Oh, big head shakes. Big head shakes. Big head shakes. 6. Come on, 6. I'm calling it right here. Oh, shoot, yeah. Go on, don't you pull off, you big rascal. Please, Lord, please let us get this one. I'm going all the way back to the back. Come on, sugar. Come on, sugar. Come on, sugar.
She gonna be dizzy in a minute, gonna have to give up. Oh, don't you do it, don't you do it, don't you do it. Come on, man, give me a shot. Give me a shot. Oh, Lord, no, come back here. Come here. No, 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 no. Gotcha. Dang, I thought she was bigger than that. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Come on with it, son. Just a little at a time. One here, one there.
Smaller than it. Probably a good thick 3.
Man, they are getting after it out here right now, son. I'm telling you. I mean, they are getting after it. Come on, 4 pounds. Yeah. 314. 3. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a
little
good
chartreuse blueback action there for you.
That's a pretty nice little
Another
cull
good
there,
cull
boys.
for Stephen Browning.
Pretty nice little cull. How about that?
This bag of day 3. So far.
Hey, come on with you, bro. Now we put her in the big box.
He could be, for the first time since they left the dock, Such, could be the lead is less than 19 pounds when this fish goes in bass track. For the first time today, someone's making a dent. Stephen Browning moving on up. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. Sponsored by Mercury, by Yamaha, and by Progressive Insurance. Some wind coming in and some change of direction, a little uptick in speed is pounding right in on that western shore of Lake Toho where Cody Stahl has been making hay the last couple days. It's been his main area. Successful. He already caught enough weight today that we think to put it away. Hasn't put the exclamation point on the tournament that he wants, Such, but overall a great tournament and a great day today as finally someone has surpassed what his starting weight was to have a better day than him.
Yeah, Stephen Brown is 16 pounds.
Side of one. Didn't really feel like a bite. Just felt like I ran into him.
You said his day 3 plan was just to get a limit, but I wonder if he had a weight in mind. Boy, I just need 10 pounds, and then somebody's got to catch 30 pounds to catch me.
Cody's a great person and not greedy at all. I think he's a little greedy today. He wanted to catch another 28 pounds, and so if he doesn't catch another one the rest of the day, he'll be coming in as the saddest guy with the largest margin of victory because he hadn't caught one in a while. But he definitely wanted to see if this place, without having to save fish or worrying about other boats around, like see what it could produce. But he knows in Florida, here today could mean gone tomorrow.
You're talking earlier that within reach was the top 5 winning weight records in the Opens. Ben Milliken was 7.714. He would only needed like 21.5, and then to get Corey Johnson's St. Lawrence win of 78 pounds, 21.7. That was easily doable with, of course, to get up to
with what he had been doing.
Swindle at Toho, he'd need 24 and change, 24.5, I believe.
Yeah.
Of course, the record, he would have needed 34 pounds almost, Ronnie.
Hey.
What you got in the box? How you feeling about it?
Freddie Palmer.
Not great. I mean, if I can just get one good bite to go with it, I wouldn't be too upset. 1 4 or 5 pound bite would boost my weight up there to the average weight people's been catching this week is 14 to 16 pounds. And I got about 12. I'm just one good bite away, 1 5-pound bite away from having a decent day.
Freddie Palmer primarily with a flipping game plan suit. Everybody else has had some sort of winding offshore type deal, but he has gone to Tiger Lake and made the most of it. Been flipping pencil reeds all day, slow and steady with a reaction innovation sweet beaver. That's what he's been utilizing all week, and it's been working out great for him. Another top 10. And anytime you can beat your son in a tournament, it's great, right?
There we go.
He said everything above before 10 a.m. was really bonus fish because he hadn't really caught anything until that mid-morning, just before lunchtime period, and then the afternoon for sure. A lot of that is weather related in Florida. As it gets warmer during the afternoons, those shallow fish and flipping bites tend to have an uptick, but great morning for him and just steady Eddie into the top 4.
If we're going to have rising temps this afternoon, I think that it's actually going to start getting colder, Ronnie. It's going to drop about 30 degrees by tomorrow morning, from the mid-50s to the mid-20s. He had one of our 6 bags over 20 pounds on day 2. Really made a nice jump from, I think it was like 36 to 6th place. Now he's in 4th. A little high on the average fish. The average fish has been 2 pounds 4 ounces, so that's about 11 1/4, which was the day 1 top 45 to get a check. Day 2's 22.11. But there's been haves and have-nots.
Too big a splash here. Winds are making it hard on me to make accurate cast that far away.
Starting your week off with a 10-pounder. Jonathan Kelly, not too shabby of a way to start the tournament. Mechanical issues on day 1 limited his fishing time. Got a full day of fishing, and all those issues worked out yesterday, or I guess Thursday afternoon at the service yard. They took care of him, and we appreciate them helping our anglers out greatly, and he was benefiting from that on day 2. Full day of fishing, able to jump into our top 5. He's been hanging around 5th ever since. Jonathan Kelly, former Elite Series pro, failed to requalify at the end of last year, Such, but he said on the stage with Dave Mercer, some way, somehow, I don't know when, but I will be back on this stage with you guys. And, you know, obviously in hopes of requalifying for the Elite Series, and what a great sign. I called him and said, I won't forget that you said that. Great start to the season, even though it's a long year left. And he said, you could just hear the determination in his voice that maybe just 1 year away, it'll be okay. We go through a little bit of his action from today. He's been utilizing a lipless crankbait like a lot of folks have on the south end of Toho. Boat flipped that 10-pounder on day 1.
This isn't a giant.
You can see the fresh hydrilla.
That's how you want
Beautiful
them to
looking
be.
grass in some areas. mixed in eelgrass. You've also got peppergrass, aplenty, anglers have said. Some decent keepers overall. His first fish was definitely his biggest fish.
4 1/4, nothing over 2 pounds. The next 3 fish, none have gotten over 2 pounds. He's on 4 with about 9.5.
That's the way our leaderboard looks now. We were right. Under 19 pounds and change that it started at. 19 even. Stephen Browning has cut into Cody Stahl's lead.
Like it matters.
We're having fun. Stephen Browning, 52 pounds. The best man besides Stahl today. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens, presented by Battery Tender. Live coverage brought to you by Power Pole. We've kicked off our season this week in the state of Florida, the Kissimmee chain of lakes, Kissimmee, Florida specifically, and we've really started off. We'll have kayak series next week here at the Kissimmee chain. We had college series 2 weeks ago at the Kissimmee chain. This past week, another college event at Okeechobee. So Florida, even though it's not the starting state for the Elite Series, it has been a big factor for all of our tournaments so far. And one of the aspects of our college series that we're keeping an eye on this year is the Hook College All-American program. They came in last year establishing an All-American like we have for the high school series, but we're doing it for the college series as well. And I'm not specifically going to label specific anglers, but rather highlight 2 teams to keep an eye on. We've seen a lot of teams over the years really fluctuate and take the spotlight. We've seen Bethel University go on their runs, Auburn University do the same thing. Carson Newman's been a school that's popped up there, Lander University as well in South Carolina. And the 2 teams that have really been prominent this season already and part of last year, we have a college bracket winner represented from both of these teams. Easton Fothergill from Montevallo, Dylan Aiken from Emmanuel College, but these 2 schools have taken the title to start the year. Montevallo won at the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes 2 weeks ago, and last week, or I guess earlier this week, at Emmanuel College took the title at Okeechobee. So not specific anglers, but someone from each of these teams should be on the Hook College All-American watch list going into this year, because these 2 programs are the hot teams pumping out quite a few great anglers, and it really is a great hotbed of competition between the anglers and the teams to have the cream rise to the crop once they get to the college series, and we're seeing that. Emmanuel College actually led day 1 at the Kissimmee chain. Montevallo took the lead and won on day 2, and then wire to wire both days Emmanuel College won the Okeechobee event. So keep an eye on both of those schools and programs. Montevallo, Emmanuel College, both of them are hot, and they have plenty of anglers that are fighting amongst their own team, Such, but against everyone else in the country for a spot like that. So
amazed that some of those schools have 50+ teams, 2-man teams
duos,
on them. I mean,
and that was the Emmanuel College is the school that Pam Martin Wells was really doing a good job
helping
with.
Made a little change.
And you know, obviously she passed last
Trying
year.
to get out of the wind a little bit. And come into this little area where I've caught them in the past. Caught one here the first day. Fished it for like 10 minutes or so, trying to find a couple more keepers. Been a grind today for sure. I think probably the only one that in our area that's caught him today is Bo. I don't know that what he's got, but I think he's caught a limit anyways.
we mention who his uncle is?
Who?
Who? JVD, Van Dam.
I ain't gonna lie to you, I missed that format, that 9 tournament deal.
We need to.
I wish it was 9 tournaments just like the elites.
Done on the Elite Series now.
What's that?
Compared to him fishing in college.
What's that?
What's it like watching Bo fish?
Oh shoot, dude. I cry every day he takes off. Just super proud, man. Not crying, that's just bad to the bone, man.
I called Stephen Browning's son, Bo, this week to see if he knew anything about the docks.
He's been around it since he was like, gosh, I don't know, 2 weeks old. Hey man, when he was about 2 weeks old, we brought him right here for a Bassmaster tournament. That was his first tournament that he ever came to.
How'd you do in that tournament?
You know what, it's been so long ago I couldn't even fathom to guess. That was in December of 2001. Heck, he might not have been but a week old. I want to say it was like the 10th of December. I'm not so sure if the fish aren't just
12th to the
pushing up in that
15th.
corner.
Browning got
not doing the
104th
wind
with 17 pounds, 2 ounces. So
I don't know.
It's doing much better this week, Suge.
We're gonna fish right out here, then we're gonna go hit our bank down through there, and then we're gonna go back and do that one again. Golly, quit talking and fish, goober.
I don't know how I would fish with a 1 week old, but.
Now you'd be worried leaving though.
Yeah.
You see it though. Families out there taking their kids everywhere they go, and coming to the launches and the weigh-ins, strollers. And
Cliff Prince, I mean, with Cy and Gracie, they were at all the Bassmaster stuff, and now they're married and graduating college, and it does age you, Such, a little bit when you see somebody who's. I remember you had a bottle in your hand.
Laker Howell, I remember him as a little. Well, he grew pretty quick. No, he's a big dude now.
Yeah.
Good first day, and then didn't get a limit next day.
Cliff Prince started the week in second place with 26 pounds, 2 ounces, only about 2 pounds off the pace. Yesterday, he said that he had quite a few boats. There was a large group of boats about a mile south of where him and JVD were, and that based on what he noticed, they just must have moved into that area because they fished their way down the bar. Yesterday was a little tougher, and today has not been a good day for him either. But either way, it's a good start to the season. I told him it's way better than 12 degrees at Clark's Hill last year, right? And he said, oh, absolutely. So.
Time you get in that top 10, I don't think anybody leaves too disappointed. Looking at the have-nots, Ronnie. Day 1, we had 7 zeros, 18 guys with only 1 fish. Day 2, 16 zeros, and 10 guys with just 1 fish. 95 limits on day 1 out of 181, and then 106 on day 2. Average fish right at 2 pounds, 4 ounces, both days. still amazed. 17 former elites are fishing our 4 opens in Division I here. And in the first tournament, we had 5 of them make our top 10. That's rather impressive.
Cody Stahl switching it up a little bit, flipping some pads. I was about to say, we got 4 different views here. We had multiple areas represented on the lake and
It seems like it is to me.
styles.
What's our problem is they've been in here live bait fishing. There's a float right there. Can't compete with that.
Bald eagle. Most exciting thing we've seen all day.
Freddie Palmer just say he saw a bald eagle?
That sounded like Cliff Prince. I wasn't gonna say it and you made me say it, so. We saw Cody Stahl have a great Lake Champlain EQ event, punching grass and flipping for largemouth. We're gonna see a little bit of that this year at Champlain as well. We should, with that being a no forward facing sonar lead event. So a little bit of grass factoring in and some largemouth showing up. There's our unofficial leaderboard. Cody Stahl doubling up, 10th place right now. What a week it has been for him. 2 28-pound days and riding it home with a 15-pound day today. Stephen Browning having a great day, and Bo Thomas as well. Turtlebox Bassmaster Open here at the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes. Lake Toho, our takeoff venue there at Big Toho Marina. Excited for the culmination of our first event, 3 days in the books almost. Cody Stahl dominating this tournament. Stephen Browning making a move from 4th to 2nd. Bo Thomas making a move from 8th to 3rd. Freddie Palmer, I think, from 7th to 4th. Got the Jonathans there. Got Nico Romero, Terry Scroggins, Cliff Prince, Noah Winslow to round out your top 10. It looks like Winslow has made his way back into Toho, or he's in the lock currently, as we go out to Jonathan Van Dam.
Chain Pickerel Central. That one don't feel like a chain pickerel. Nope. Stay buttoned up. All right. Okay.
Is that a limit?
That one ain't a pickerel.
Is that number 4?
Unless I missed one.
Number 4. About a 2-pounder, I'd say, close to it. Yeah, 2-pounder. All right. Something that's not a pickerel. Let's just gotta weed through them. Weed through the. Weed through the trash fish.
Pretty good start to his attempt to return to the elites, Ronnie Morse. 17-6 on day one, 19-11 on day two. Starts third place.
I understand Stephen Browning's comments earlier about the 9 tournament format. We've got 4 in a division you can fish, and then 3 event sprint. But man, when you stack a couple good ones together and you don't reset the points, that's why some of them love that full 9 event season. But either way, you have to make this 4 events worthwhile to get to the EQs. So Jonathan Van Dam hooked up with another good one, it looks like, or a better one.
What do we got? All right.
5.
That's a limit. I feel accomplished. What a grinder of a day. Another one right at 2 pounds. Yellow.
You're gonna get 10 pounds
All right.
on the day.
That's the limit, buddy. Dude, I feel pretty good about it now. Maybe there's a whole pile of them sitting out there. We can sit in here, kind of out of the wind.
5th to 3rd. That move all hooked up again. A little flurry here for him.
That one's a pickerel.
Little mixed species deal there. But JVD, either way, with a limit now, 5 anglers with a limit on this final day. They just knew they wanted to give me a bladed jig bite. I've been waiting for a chatterbait bite all day. We finally got him.
You got it. What did you expect coming in with that cold front hitting here? You know, what base were guys talking about most and which?
On the northwest side of Tiger Lake here, and I've moved to the north side, gotten out of the wind a little bit. I wasn't getting bit there for a long time, and I did catch one, I think it was day 1 over here on this side, and thought about backtracking to see if I'd gotten in a bad area or if it's cold wind, because we've got some really dropping temperatures. The wind's blowing real hard now, and I didn't know if that's changed my fish or if the area I was in was no good. I'm starting to think it's the weather. It's gotten dropped probably 4 or 5 degrees is what it feels like, and with the wind picking up, I'm not exactly sure where these fish are right now, and they've been in these pencil reeds. These little reeds here, some of these are actual cattail reeds. Making a change to see if I can get bit, because I hadn't got bit in seems like a couple hours. Had some bites in a Kissimmee grass, but the only problem is I ran out of it. And what little you see against the bank is dirt shallow, and everything I've been catching up to today needed at least a couple foot of water around it. I think they were backed out staging. It's 1:11 now. Probably leave here around 1:30 to try to, probably gonna have a rough ride across the upper portion of Kissimmee. When we hit Hatchinall, it's gonna be terrible when we come out of the Kissimmee Canal, because the way the wind's blowing, it'll be blowing right on that south end of that lake. And I asked the lockmaster to have the lock open at 2, so I need to keep my promise to him and be back at 2. And I'm pretty sure it'll take us at least 30 minutes to get back, 25 to 30.
10 minutes left to fish then before he's got to at least get back
So,
to Toho.
I'm just not getting bit right now. Maybe it's that way with everybody else because of the weather. It made a drastic change on us. And I didn't capitalize on the couple good bites I had today, which would have really helped my bag out.
Yeah, Such, what you were talking about baits-wise, I thought the lipless and the chatterbaits and stuff would be a thing. People would flip as well. Didn't know what lakes would factor. And I thought there would be someone maybe cranking the riprap on the long canal straightaway. Somebody would find a stretch of canal bank.
Saying that.
But it's a little difficult to do
Tucked in
sometimes.
here, try to get out of the wind. We're gonna give a little time out there, let the wind pick up and go back out there for the heck of it maybe. But I had one place that I had a few bites in practice. I just figured I'd roll up and see if they're still in here. That way I know if they moved up or went back out floating. And so far we have not had any bites or seen any. But we'll just keep plucking along a little bit, just make a little pass through here and check things out. And then probably get back out there and see if we can't get a bite in the wind. So normally it's not that good whenever the wind picks up offshore. Things kind of get a little tough, but not too much pressure today. So just keep plucking along. Figure I might as well come up here and hit this stuff I've been thinking about all week. Even though I figured that they were not going to be up here, but just figured I'd take a little break from being out in the abyss. Wanted something to throw at. So, see what happens. Maybe we can pick one up. It'd be real nice.
Right there on the leaderboard, Terry Scroggins filled his limit with a nice 3.5 pounder. From 9th place, he's up to 5th right now. He started the week 3rd, 20 pounds, 11 ounces on day 1, then about 10 pounds less the next day. But he has won here twice, Ronnie. 2 Southern Opens in 2007, 2005. One was in spring, one was in the fall.
Cody Stahl, stress-free, messing around, just trying to fish out of the wind, be comfortable. What's going to be comfortable is the weigh-in later today, because he has had a fantastic week and is still in the driver's seat. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens, presented by Battery Tender. Live coverage today brought to you by Power Pole. We're in Power Pole's home state here in the state of Florida. They're not too far from here in Tampa. It's our unofficial leaderboard right there. Cody Stahl, 71 pounds, 1 ounce. He's had that for a good long while. Started the day with 56 and change. Got up to 71 before anyone else was at 41, it seemed. And now he's still stuck at that weight. He's not fishing his main area, but guys like Stephen Browning, Freddie Palmer, Bo Thomas have all had good days and have moved up and improved their positions. Meanwhile, Cody Stahl can't can't really improve much other than showboating on how big you win, Suits, right?
Well, yeah, he's got 4 3-pounders in there of about 15 pounds. And he'd have to catch another big one.
I could still see him having more than 14.8. Like, I didn't see any small. I didn't see any small ones. I saw them pretty solid. So.
I don't think he's ever been in this position before, Ronnie. His other open one in Mississippi River, he started the final day 5th place. You know, just he was less than a pound out of the lead, though. He had a great final day, 19.5 pounds. One up there with 53.1, and Chris Hellebuck was second with 52.7. That's tight.
If there's anyone from Florida watching Bassmaster at the moment, I personally will vouch and take responsibility for the weather. Me and Jonathan Van Dam decided to bring this terrible weather down with us from Michigan. This is not so much the Sunshine State today, or in fact really all week. But the good news is that we caught us about 2 or 3 nice ones. We need to get rid of 2 more 1-pounders, and then we'll be cooking. I doubt we're going to catch Cody, but I don't know. Every bass I catch that calls one out, I feel like I'm upgrading and making more money, which is always a good thing. Freshly married. Shout out to my wife, Em. Yeah, I mean, this is living the dream. This is the best job in the world. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Not too shabby, Bo Thomas. I'll say, it's not terrible weather. We have terrible weather here in Little Rock. Everything's been canceled for a week. I barely saw my driveway this morning for the first time.
My graph down there. But I have absolutely covered this flat this week. I mean, that's what the cursors look like. I mean, if there were any more bass here, I feel like I'd have a decent shot of catching one. But we might have fished out our hole. I don't know, I just hate to leave. I'd hate to leave fish to go find fish, and I mean, this is definitely the best spot I got.
Not wrong about bringing some of that cold weather down. And Michigan up that way is going to be -1 or 2 degrees tomorrow. It's going to be 26 down in Kissimmee tomorrow morning. The cold front is coming. I mean, it's hit here. It's going down into Florida.
I guess 26 is -1. You know, like -1 in Michigan, that's 26 degrees in Florida is equivalent.
Yeah, pretty much. I've seen the Canadian guys come down in Florida and they're in shirt sleeves when everybody else has hoodies on.
Who's all in the studio? Ronnie and all them?
And all them.
Yeah. I hope you're nice and warm, Ronnie.
You're the guest, Ronnie.
I hope you're nice and warm. So let me tell you, it is cold out here.
You are.
Well, you know, it comes with the territory. He's making a whole lot more money than we are sitting there. So we get the warmth, but you get the environment to go do that. But Bo Thomas having a great week in Florida, great start to the season, and that's the goal. Bassmaster EQs right there, that logo on his shoulder. You get to the EQs, you have a shot to make the elites, and Bo Thomas would love to be a Michigan angler joining the Elite Series. We got a special guest on the line with us today to talk a little bit about the Bassmaster Opens, but also to chat about the first event of the Elite Series season coming up in just tomorrow, starting practice, and that's Mr. Randy Howell. Randy, how are you today?
Man, I'm good and warm in this garage, Ronnie. What's happening?
Well, appreciate you joining us on the Yamaha On the Line, and we wanted to chat with you not only about Guntersville, which we'll get to in just a minute or two, but the Bassmaster Opens. Man, we talk about all of the young talent coming in, but man, we're seeing a big veteran influx with Florida, and we talked about earlier how Florida throws a lot of young people curves. These veterans have faced those curves, and guys like Browning and Van Dam and Scroggins and Prince and Jonathan Kelly all know Florida and are all in the top 10 today.
Yeah, definitely. Florida is a traditional fishing type style. Every time you ever go there, January, February, you always have cold fronts and you always have fish to do about the same thing. And you see a huge difference in the scope tournament versus a no scope tournament from what I've watched in this live here today and the last few days of following it. And it's just amazing to see how much harder it kind of becomes overall when you can't see the fish and pinpoint them and throw at them and catch them when they're hiding in that grass on a cold front, man. Sometimes they're hard to make bite.
Yeah, we've seen a couple big grass flats accumulate quite a few anglers over the first 2 days of competition, but a lot more space today. Cody Stahl, I mean, I don't know how much you've kept up with this tournament other than Lakers standing in it, but 28 pounds the first 2 days of competition, 56 pounds and change. That is an incredible weight to kick off the season with, and I know that Cody trying to make his second Bassmaster Classic in short order.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, watching that footage and some of the live stuff, some of the videos the last few days, Laker was calling me last night, bummed out. He missed a check by 11 ounces, I think, and he's driving back. And I'm like, dadgum, did you not check all that stuff out in the middle of the lake? All that stuff out there, that's where they're catching them, on the middle of the lake, man. You don't have to be scoping out there. You just got to know where that grass is offshore. It sounds a lot easier when you're not in the tournament. But watching where he's catching them and all that, that's places that I've had a couple top 10s in that area over the years. And a lot of fish get caught in that part of the lake. It seems like every year, especially during cold front conditions.
Hey, Randy, your Classic win in 2014 was the earliest Bass has ever been to Guntersville until this year. What's it going to look like this week? We're starting practice tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I mean, we could have. It can go either way this time of the year. Based on cold fronts, and we're having some of the worst weather we've had in years since that classic. That classic in 2014, it was frozen over in Spring Creek, where I won the classic 2 weeks prior to the event. And this is looking very similar right now. We've got that 25 degrees, 20, 25-mile-an-hour winds all day today. It was already frozen over in the back of the creeks earlier in the week, and it thawed out a little bit. But now, last night, tonight, and tomorrow night, we're going to have teens. So we're going to see a bunch of frozen over creeks in the very back, and probably the coldest water temperature I believe we've probably ever seen in the Elite Series. It may be 34 to 37 degrees when we hit the water tomorrow morning, at that 16 degrees at daylight. So I might not even go out at daylight. I might wait till about 9 o'clock.
Call.
Well, Randy, how do you, as a veteran of the sport, approach some of the coldest temps that we've ever had for practice? You roll into day one there, you're ready to get the season going, but it's a little different when you can look at your electronics and maybe find where fish are grouped up, and you don't have to exert a ton of energy necessarily to find them. But with this being a non-forward facing event, every cast you make in practice or every mile you idle is important. And so how are you going to battle that while also battling the elements?
Yeah, it's going to be a big time, preparation event. Just having all the right clothing and keeping yourself warm and staying focused on fishing, and this being able to endure those elements tomorrow. It's going to get a little better Monday, Tuesday, and then the first tournament day will be, I think, in the low 40s, and then it's going to be good for the weekend. But mostly, I think, it's just taking your time, not fishing too fast, not fishing past the fish, because you can fish right through an area and miss it. Without forward facing sonar, when you got that active target 2 running, you can see they're there. And if you're using that, and then you can come back later if you can't make them bite. We won't be able to do that here, so you could fish right past them. So it's very careful. You got to be very careful and get that first key bite or two to put that puzzle together. And I think that's going to be the ticket here. It's just taking your time, not getting in a hurry, not trying to run all over the lake. That's the big thing for me. I can't get caught up in fishing memories and stuff like that. I gotta get out there and try to find what's happening right now, just like everybody else. And but a good thing, my prediction: this lake is so healthy and so full of 3 to 6 pound bass that I think it's cold. It'll be so cold, but it'll be just ridiculous weights. I think it's still going to be a good tournament.
That was going to be my next question. We've hit the century belt in 2 Guntersville Elites. What's the odds this year? What percentage would you give somebody really finding the mother lode and catching those 7-pounders?
I'll go another question. What's the winning weight prediction without forward facing, and what did you think if it was a forward facing event? What are the heights it could reach with those two options?
That's what I was going to say something about. If it was a forward-facing event, we could possibly have the whole top 10 with century belts. But without that, with this super cold weather, if we hadn't had this super cold like several weeks ago when MLF fished here, the weather was really good for them. They had water temperatures, they were saying on live, like in the low 50s, and they smashed them pretty good. But with us, I don't know if it's going to be hard for 4 days for somebody to catch over 25 pounds a day for 4 straight days. Consistency is going to be a big ticket, because you'll see some big bags one day, and then it'll be hard to catch them again the next day as big, I think. So it's hard to predict this lake, y'all. I'm telling you, it's got so many fish, it blows my mind all the time when I underestimate every time here. So I might still say 100 pounds and 7 ounces. Let's just go there. Let's go ahead and get on a limb. Let's jump past that 100. Let's just go 100 pounds, 7 ounces. And I think it could probably take about 23 pounds a day to make the top 10 cut. And that 50 cut could take, it really could take 40 pounds, but it may be a little under that. We might say 39 pounds to make that 50 cut.
Last question. We're pushing time, but when you get to see your son Laker compete on the Opens, and last year Leech Lake was a little bit of a surprise victory, 2-day shortened deal, we didn't get to see him on camera, and then turn around and do it just down the road from where y'all live and win at Wheeler, a place that you've won before. How special is it to see what Laker was able to do, and now he's going to the Classic and you get to cheer him on in Knoxville in a few months?
Yeah, I'm telling you, words can't describe, the joy in my heart for just how great of a season he's had. Coming into this sport, it's so hard to make a name for yourself and break in, and especially being somebody else's son in the sport, just like in any other sports, you got a lot more people eyeballing you and kind of cheering you on. And then sometimes if you don't do well, they're beating you down. And, you kind of got both sides of that. And he's handled it really well with grace and humility. And the Lord's really blessed him, giving him favor this year to win those 2 events. And I'm just excited for him. I can't wait to cheer him on. And I'm disappointed that I'm not in the Bassmaster Classic, but looking back now that I didn't make it, it's probably for a good reason, because I can really be there to enjoy him being in it and me not trying to compete in it at the same time. So I'm really, really excited about him being there and us cheering him on. And I hate that he's not in this tournament here this week, didn't make the elites. But in one way, selfishly, I'm kind of glad he's watching me this week, because he might be hard to beat.
Well, Randy Howell, you made him sit in the classic stands long enough. He's going to make you sit there and watch him once at least, Way. And maybe you could be his driver to the ramp in the morning. But, Randy, appreciate you joining us for Yamaha on the Line. A little bit of Opens talk and previewing next week's Guntersville kickoff to the Elite Series. Glad you could join us. And congrats on winning, like, the Raccoon of the Year or whatever you did in the offseason with your agility there.
Hey, we got to do something. You got to do something to get on TV if you don't catch bass. So I got to catch a lot of fish here at Guntersville this week. And thanks for having me. And y'all get ready for some big weights.
It's going to be fun. Randy Howell, Bassmaster Classic Champ 2014 at Lake Guntersville, where we kick off the Bassmaster Elite Series season next week, the FXR Elite. Excited to get to Gville to kick off our season. We'll have 2 stops in Alabama to start, Guntersville and Lake Martin. You can watch it all here on Bassmaster.com, and we'll have coverage on the weekends on Fox Sports 1 as well. Thanks to Randy Howell. Hey, we'll be back with more Toho and Kissimmee in just a minute. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. Live coverage brought to you by Power Pole. Some great looking grass this week at the Kissimmee chain of lakes, Lake Toho. Heard anglers talking about pepper grass, some eelgrass, and hydrilla. Some good looking hydrilla earlier with some fish catches from Jonathan Kelly.
Yes, Randy, how about the talk is mild winter Guntersville has left a lot of grass there.
Oh, yeah. Fishing. I mean, Guntersville, it honestly needs a cold snap to stun some of the grass. Guntersville has had so much grass the last couple years.
Too much?
Not too much. I don't think you can ever have too much grass, because as soon as you say too much, they take it away in their various ways of doing it.
I remember about 15 years ago, I sat at the Night of Champions with Stephen Browning, and he just was real insightful about the whole industry and the whole game and fishing, tournament fishing in general. Browning started a day in 4th. He's got our best limit on Bass Track of 16 pounds even. Up to 2nd place, but he's still 19 pounds behind our leader.
See, now I'm gonna rag on Cody Stahl and say you had a chance to the largest margin of victory, and you slacked
He cares,
off.
Ronnie. I don't think he cares. He just wants to win. I don't think nobody gets a dime for largest margin of victory.
You get your name at the top of an Excel spreadsheet.
Well, there's that. There's that benefit. Yeah, that's good.
and knowing how good Mercer is on stage, that's something. This man has won 2 Opens and holds the largest margin of victory. That's what it would be, right, Such?
I think it's being able to win a 3-day event in 2 days.
Badge
would
of honor.
be nicer. Right now, it looks like he would.
Still would.
Nobody's close. 4 pounds away. I'd like to see Cliff Prince, who had our 3rd biggest bag, catch a fish today, Ronnie. He is at 0.
Yeah, it definitely didn't work for him this morning, and yesterday he used the sunlight to catch some better ones in the afternoon.
God darn it. Be going the other way from 26-2 to 11-0 on day 2 to nothing. Like they say, though, if you want to have a bad day, 3rd day's the one to have it on.
Florida's difficult even for people from Florida, but Cliff Prince, you talked about Terry Scroggins' track record of winning. Cliff Prince has tons of success, not only in St. Johns River where he lives, but he's had some great finishes at Okeechobee, great finish this week and in the past at Kissimmee Chain, Harris Chain. I think maybe, I'm just guessing on this one, maybe Seminole has been solid to him. So he's represented his home state very well in these Florida tournaments on figuring out what he needs to do. But it's incredible how tough Florida can get, that he's really riding a 26-pound bag and be in 9th place with just 5 for 11 to show for it since then for 2 days, right? If he zeroed today and finishes 9th, his day 1 weight of 26 has really almost carried him all the way to 9th place itself.
You could certainly say that, yes. And he said he went all out, didn't save anything on day 1.
Yeah, because you just don't
catch
know.
what he could.
Yeah, you could catch 28 to 30 pounds.
I know he was hoping.
I think it does show. We might not have seen it, but it does show 1 keeper on his bass track there at the bottom. Yeah, he's got 1 keeper. Oh. What are we doing? We're talking about hypotheticals that have already passed existence. Look at that. Everybody's got one on the board now, Such.
1.5 pounder.
Keeper for Prince. Sitting in 9th.
Just popped in.
We'll see who makes a final hour and change upgrade to maybe improve their standing. Turtlebox Bassmaster Open here at the Kissimmee chain of lakes, Lake Toho, Cypress, Hatchinhaw, Tiger Lake, and Kissimmee. Cody Stahl's been on top since early day 1. Hasn't really relinquished it at all.
At all, Ronnie.
Even during the weigh-ins. Even during the weigh-ins, he's been high enough, early enough that only 2 or 3 people have had the chance to say, I'm the unofficial leader at any point in this tournament.
He opened the event with a 9.6.
True domination. And instead of Mercury Move of the Day, heck with just today, Mercury Move of the Week. Cody Stahl starting his Open season about as strong as you can. The former Opens champ from 2024 at the Mississippi River, just narrowly missing out on the elites the last few years, really flexing his muscles across the country on how good he can do. Well, Florida, it's been fickle in the past, not fickle this week. 28 plus pounds on day 1, 28 even on day 2. Today, about 15 pounds or so, kind of coasting to the finish line. He may win this tournament, Such, with his 2-day weight in a 3-day competition.
That'd be amazing. Ronnie, how often do guys say, okay, here's where I think they're gonna go, and it pans out? How many
Absolutely.
times has it not panned out? It really came together for Cody Stahl this week. He predicted correctly and found them and caught them, and some big ones too. A 9.6, a 6.10 on day one for 28.5, 28.9.
Really been using a lipless crankbait on a grass flat, as you could say, a transition area, not as shallow as it can get, so those fish still have a place to move shallower away from his grass flat if the temps warmed up and things like that. But it's also a staging place for those deeper females to come in, get their eggs ready, and then they move shallow to spawn. He has played the game perfectly, hasn't lost any fish of worth that he's needed, has been executing flawlessly on a lipless, which is hard to do at times. And boy, he is on his way to his second classic berth. He's gonna qualify for a classic that hasn't even been announced yet, Such. It hasn't even been announced where we'll be in 2027, and he'll be the first one waiting to know.
I'll be itching. Does anybody know? Tell me. Where am I going?
He's back out on his main area. One last 30-minute stretch time before he has to go.
We have a new development. The wind is blowing. It's blowing really good. So we're gonna give this about, I don't know, about 10 more minutes. See if we can't get a bite. If we don't get a bite, we're just gonna probably head back to the ramp and fish out in front of the ramp. Just play it safe. Take our time getting back. There's some fish up there. So just kind of mess around up there for the rest of the day. So it's been pretty stingy with the front moving through and all the wind. So at least for me, for the rest of the day, ever since this morning, I mean, I've not called one time. I've caught one keeper bass since this morning. So just figured I'd come back over here and give it a whirl in the wind before I make my way back, and just see if we can't catch one more 8-pounder out of here. So that would be awesome.
That would be greedy.
I told you he's getting a little greedy.
Yeah.
That's fine. He's got the.
It's windy.
He's
right.
worthy
He wants
of being greedy.
To put it away for sure. Reminds me of Rick Klon. Second time at St. John's when Mercer was talking to him at the lunch. He said, I'll have to go out there and catch 2 10-pounders and and get over 30. And he did. Like he said, he stole that line from, I forget who that was trailing him.
Right there.
Bo Thomas making his way to the north end of the lake. You can see how calm it was where he was, catching that chain pickerel.
Come on, please, Lord. Send it on a big one.
Mine an 8-pound exclamation point, Ronnie.
That's a good one. There we go.
Jonathan Kelly.
Not a bad one.
surprised me a little bit.
Been a little bit of a drought, but it's broken that now.
All right. This is a pretty one, nice and chunky. 3 1/4. Thank you, fella. Yep.
Started day 5th. I think that'll get him right back into 5th place, Ronnie. His 5th fish. That's his bottom line.
Yep. Terry's coming in back in here hot. I'd take that trap, move in just.
Stephen Browning been utilizing that crankbait to perfection, Such. He's been fishing in a region of the lake where the grass is there, but it's not prominent. It's just a few inches to a foot off the bottom. It's got enough depth that he can run a 5 to 7 foot crankbait, depending on what line pound test he's got on there. And boy, he went through a flurry there. It was probably the best flurry of action. Bo Thomas is hooked up. The best flurry of action any of our anglers have had was his midday catch fest for Browning.
Quite a few in a row. Biggest bag too, 16 pounds on Bass Track. Jonathan Kelly, that fish moved him up to 4th. How close did you grow up to this region, Ronnie, and how often did you and your father fish here?
If you did an upside down triangle, right, and it was St. John's River, Harris Chain, and Kissimmee Chain, we were like in the middle of that upside down triangle.
Not that far from any of these
lakes,
really.
The general region, yeah. I would say of those 3 lakes or fisheries, I spent more time fishing Toho, and then probably St. John's and then Harris Chain. My parents live on Harris Chain now. But I'd say enough. Enough to know where to be, where to go,
where to look,
where to expect.
what to look for.
At least and then you get to see. It's nice having something similar to where you grew up or knowing it. Then you watch the way the tournament progresses. You see where some of the areas are factored, and you're like, okay, nothing off the wall. Everything's pretty standard. The only thing off the wall today that we've seen was Tiger Lake coming into play, flipping the reeds for Freddie.
You're not from Florida. You're Cody Stahl. You're up, northern Georgia. You've been to Florida a couple times, and we've heard so many elite guys say, Florida, I still haven't figured out yet. I got to figure out Florida. Some guys have figured out Florida. He comes down here and assesses and thinks, okay, the weather, it's going to be cold front, da-da-da. How's it going to happen? How much experience does that take, or knowledge? I mean, he didn't just luck into this.
No, but I think you already know what baits to expect. Like, your baits are fine.
Area,
you fine tune it, but the areas, you have to kind of commit. I'm gonna be in Toho, because if you start spreading yourself thin, you don't spend enough time to find the nooks and crannies that are gonna pay off. Hard spots, grass lines, everything in the middle has been good at Toho this week. We'll be back with a little bit more. Turtlebox Bassmaster Open at the Kissimmee chain of lakes. He said 2 o'clock I'll be back. Have the lock ready. It is 2 o'clock.
Man,
he
this
is
word,
back,
Ronnie
and
Moore.
the lock is ready. Look at that. That is smooth as that can go.
He won in it.
And he's the only guy in there, so there's not going to be any fights. No one falling out of the boat. All going to be good.
No.
Hey, I was there on that famous day.
Were you?
I was just covering AJ
See it?
Slagona.
Didn't see
No,
it.
I didn't see it. I was
Heard
up
about
there
it pretty
covering.
quickly, though, didn't you?
Yeah, the northern part of Toho. I was
boy.
at. So that's all good. Fun times. Fun times. Freddie Palmer, only one locking back, as Noah Winslow and him were the only lockers today. As we head back up to the top of the lake, to Bo Thomas.
Outside takeoff.
Boom. Yeah, we don't need that, right? Feels so good.
Michiganders, Bo Thomas, Jonathan Van Dam. I would say hanging in the top 5, but Bo just got bumped to 6th.
Gosh dang. That was weird. First one knocked the power out.
on bass.
Man of the week. Wow, that's got to feel. Day 2, you catch, what do you catch, 28 pounds in the first hour of fishing on day 2?
It was, all I know is I opened Bass Track.
Yes.
I didn't sleep in that much, Such. He had 28 pounds and change. I roll out of bed at 8:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Central time.
About the
and he's
same.
got 24 pounds on
Which
Bass Track.
was-
He's got 52 pounds for 2 days. I said, oh, phew.
That was low. 24
Yeah,
on
and then
Bass
he-
Track was his 28.
Yeah, and
I
then
don't think he
ended up
caught
being
another
28.
one.
Very,
Kinda.
very strong morning.
Today, only about 15 pounds. He's up over 70, 71 even on 71.1 on Bass Track. It's got to be so self-satisfying to have a plan and come in and you just have some of the best couple days of your life in a row on one fishery to win an event. Maybe it's not always like that. There's guys who like, boy, I didn't know I was going to catch them.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you lose sleep. They had an off day Wednesday. And so you think the last time he might have fished it is Tuesday at the last moment. Then you have to wait all Wednesday of what could be, and then you roll up Thursday and you catch a 9-pounder. You're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I see out there past the grass line. It looks like it's 2-footers.
If you remember hearing the reports from the high school event and the junior event here a couple weeks ago, coming back in for weigh-in, pretty big waves. I mean, everyone always overestimates and says 6 to 7 foot waves or whatever, but they're not that big. But it was a treacherous boat ride.
I see a video of a boat
standing
going
straight up.
yeah.
I mean, it was incredible. Those those young kids made decisions after that. Do I really love fishing, or do I kind of like fishing?
Love to death if that 8-pounder just locked me up right now. I mean, the water clarity's not bad at all with the wind. Oh, I've had a few little nips, but I think I've actually ran into more fish than I've had nips. So they probably just got locked jaws. So I'll just go up to the ramp and spend the last 30 minutes of the day up there out front and maybe catch a retread. Because obviously these fish they're toast. So, but gave me a good bag this morning, so did what I needed to do. Let's take a ride, Clyde.
Cameraman is not really named Clyde, Ronnie.
That would be Carl. Oh, sorry, that would be David. They're brothers. It was one of the Penningtons, I guess, wrong.
Okay.
Like an hour and a half, but you got a lock too down at the lower end of this lake, and there's only you can only fit 12 in the lock at one time.
Number 2. Number 2.
There's still hope yet.
He's have both hands filled.
How about that? Blind hog will find an acorn every now and then. Isn't that the old saying? Hey.
What do you say, a blind acorn finds a squirrel every now and then?
Something like that.
Old blind hog will find an acorn every now and then.
We had that live well air on St. John's when he mighta, coulda, shoulda won, about a 10-pounder next day, but then for him to win at Wheeler in 2024, that's pretty touching to see that. But he won.
I have to admit, Such, I was zoned out. I didn't hear a word you said.
Good.
Who's win?
Cliff Prince.
Oh, yeah. Very cool. Family in attendance.
Yeah.
On the water, at the weigh-in. Had the big Whataburger chain.
Yeah. I remember that.
And rarely can you say, I also caught the same 7-pounder as Greg Hackney, because they both caught the same 7-pounder. You can't convince me otherwise. They weighed the exact same. 2 different days, based on releasing the boat of fish, maybe out on the Decatur Flats. That's, you know, it swims over there to that area. I'm just saying. That would have been the first thing I did catch it and be like, did Greg Hackney touch you yesterday?
Yes.
Were you in the hack attacks? But where have you been?
Scary guy caught me.
Use your phone flashlight as interrogation. But yes, Cliff Prince, big win in 2024 at Wheeler Lake. Representing well in the state of Florida this week for stop number 1 of Division 1 for the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens. A lot of wildlife in this region. We'll get wild when we get back. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender, sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird. It's been a great day of fishing for us overall watching. It's been enjoyable to be back on Bassmaster Live, kicking off the season here at the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes. Top 10 fishing championship Saturday here. Historic first 2 days for Cody Stahl, trying to become a 2-time Opens champ. We're in the boat right now with Noah Winslow, former high school angler, fishing the Bass Nation as well, made the Classic for 2026. We'll see him in a few weeks in Knoxville.
Nothing great. Did the old Florida curse and ran around a little bit too much, but other than that, great week at least. But we're gonna see if we can catch one here in the last little bit, try to flip up a big one. Got super cold, wind's blowing now, so I feel like they're probably gonna shut down a little bit for sure.
Noah Winslow from Connecticut, one of the Northeast anglers representing the Bass Nation.
Saw his white mustache, blonde mustache, sorry.
Blonde.
He's only 27.
Yeah. Gets real red in the face and real blonde for his facial hair from being on the water so much.
What's the cover what's your structure you're fishing?
So right now I'm just fishing some like pushed up hyacinth, just up into the cattails. There's some deeper water, and there's a bunch of hydrilla mixed in too. kind of the ideal situation. It's actually got a little bit of depth on it. There's some pads on the outside here, so we'll see if we can get one here.
Good friends with Alex Wetherell. He's been on the Elite Series the last few years. Like he said, flipping some hyacinth mats, got some lily pads mixed in, wind blowing in specifically to this area.
I wonder how he figured him out, because day one, he was like 54th with 10 pounds, 3/4, and he comes in with 21 pounds and change on day two to jump up into our top 10 at 10th.
I think he said...
Pretty good climb.
I think he said 2 7-pounders, or he said 1 7-pounder. So yesterday, I think he caught one down in another lake, down in Hatchinahaw, and then maybe one in Toho. Like, all it takes is one really good fish, Such.
710 is what I wrote down.
Yeah, one really good fish to make your 3 days look great.
7-1 came on, 710 came on day one.
When he
only had 10 pounds,
wow.
yeah. That was in the limit. 710 and he had 10-12.
So he had 4 for 3?
Apparently. Let's see, he was, he wasn't penalized for time, was he?
I don't know.
A couple guys I heard missed it by a minute or two. Scott. There's 2 fish today. Our big bass from Nico Romero. He's got a 5.5 on Bass Track. Thought we'd see something bigger today. Really did.
I mean, big weather change. Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
The big gals are camera shy anymore. You called a bunch of people to try to be the guests, and they all chickened out on us. It's too snowy or rainy. They had to go fish the elites or already in the opens.
Pike or pickerel here in the last 10
You can call them chickens.
So.
I didn't say that.
One more 2-pounder would go a long ways. Give me another pound, I feel like, but. Yeah, I mean, you know, anytime you can top 10, it's a good event. It especially helps when it starts off your season. Get a little bit of momentum rolling, heading in the right direction, and you know, get a little mojo for going to the next one. Anytime you can survive a Florida cold front like we've had this week and come out in good shape, that's a win for sure, because a lot of times it just throws guys for a curveball, myself included. It looks like we're about to get rained on, like pretty good.
Fourth and fifth, Jonathan Kelly, Freddie Palmer. Freddie back in Toho. He's been in Tiger Lake all day and fishing pencil reeds and cattails. Jonathan Kelly hooked up.
Come on, come on, come on.
Just bend over and get him, buddy. Big dog, come on.
Come on. Where's your mama?
Hooked up again. Not a bass.
Don't hurt me, don't hurt me, don't hurt me.
What's going on, everybody? We're just out in front of the ramp right now, trying to look into a big one. This is about the only protected piece of grass there is on this lake right now that I know has got some fish on it. So that, and it's right here at the ramp, so if anything happens, I can just troll motor in, just play it safe. So it's too windy and there's not enough boats running around to risk anything. So I just really love to close it out with a big one. That'd be awesome.
Been Cody Stahl's tournament to lose today, and he has not done that at all. Still a 19-pound lead for him over Stephen Browning. JVD, Jonathan Kelly, Freddie Palmer rounding out our top five. Bo Thomas been strong day, and Terry Scroggins in seventh. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. Happy to have both of them a part of Bassmaster this year. Our live today is brought to you by Power Pole. Got some coots hanging around. Shoot.
We'll hit one.
Coots are often a sign of healthy vegetation.
They're right.
Yeah. And the grass right nearby is evident of that. But I'm talking about out in open water. Submerged, there's different things that are around the grass. All jokes. But you see everybody making their way to the north end of Toho a little sooner than I thought. Maybe they've heard the reports of the wind and the waves at at Toho the last couple weeks.
Freddie
So
Palmer
made their way
knew.
back.
Even said, I got to get back. It's going to hit. I'm
need
going to
a
hit a couple rough
5-pounder.
patches.
It make my day happy.
Freddie's near this really unique place on Toho where you
Right
can.
now, though, I've just got a bare minimum weight.
It's not a lock, so to say, Such, but it's a boat lift that you pull in and it lifts your boat up and it'll put it over into another little lake. So it's not a part of the playing field, but like it's a private lake over there.
Oh.
But it's like it looks like a lock, but it's like a boat lift, big swing set for a boat.
This has been a great one for me. It's been about 6 to 8 years since I've made a top 10 in one of these, and I took a couple years off, fished some different trails, and I had some decent luck in those, but I came back over here to Bass. They always run a great tournament, and I just enjoy fishing them, and it's been a dream to make a classic. Maybe one of these days I'll make a top 10 and make a top 1. That's the goal, to make a classic. I think we done got marred up back there, the big motor. Five, 10 minutes to run back.
Said there might look like there's rain on the horizon. I just looked at the radar, Ronnie. It is snowing from Atlanta to Richmond, and tonight Gunnersville may get a dusting of snow.
I've been seeing boats covered in snow making their way south, so I was wondering where it was coming from, because we got it all and got rid of it
If this
as
was
quick
a
as
pipe
it came
derby,
in.
we'd be in good shape.
Said snow is going to be touching Florida later this evening. The guys are going to experience a big temperature drop. By tomorrow morning, it's going to be in 20s, about 30 degrees less than right now. It's dropping right now, the rest of the afternoon and evening.
Noah Winslow.
Pounder?
1 pounder.
Kind of surprised Randy Howell said there's a possibility of 100 pounds at Gunnersville next week, even with the conditions and the temperatures and the no forward-facing sonar.
I got a 96 and change was my predicted weight, so we'll see.
I had 102 right now. I can change it. I can still change it on fantasy teams, Ronnie. I always hope for. We've had 7 years in a row where a tournament has had a century belt, the longest stretch in Elite Series history.
Very helpful to have like 4 cars.
Yes, it has been. But then, you know,
St. Lawrence,
Toledo Bend, St. Lawrence, Tank,
Sabine. Oh, sorry.
Santee. Sabine. You slipped that in there.
I did.
I wasn't listening.
That's Toledo South.
Is it?
It is.
It kind of is. Really.
Bo Thomas, right there near takeoff.
Inside. I'm pretty sure it's inside the walls. I think it's inside the walls. Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God. Cody. Begging. Huh? Begging. We're making money now.
What did Cody say? I've caught 15 of those.
Oh,
No,
my Lord.
I didn't say that.
Right next to the ramp, folks. Look at that one.
That's a good one.
That's a call. That's a big time call. With how many seconds?
It's close enough there weight-wise. Jonathan Van Dam's sitting at 46.15.
He should move over both. He should move into fourth.
Yeah, 46.15 for third. And right now he's at 45.10. More than a pound 5 upgrade for sure.
Oh, heck, could he? He's got 1 pound, 2 1-pounders still.
said number 5 is the one he's replacing, or it was a 5, but. Word is 3-5. So that's a 2 1/4 upgrade. That gets him into the top 3.
Yeah, it's started right now. Up. 15-7 on the day, second best for Browning.
Our top 3 guys are all going to have 15 plus pounds today. Cody Stahl right there, and Stephen Browning, second best margin. Bass Track just updated. Look at that right there. Bo Thomas into 3rd. Jonathan Van Dam down to 4th. Jonathan Kelly in 5th. It's the battle of Kalamazoo there in 3rd and 4th. Bo Thomas trying to come out on top. Cody Stahl still in charge. We've got 10 minutes left before they check them in, and they'll be weighing them in shortly after that. Stick around for one more segment, Bassmaster Live. Turtlebox Bassmaster Open here at the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes. Final day action, final 10 minutes of fishing. It does look dark, like it's about to rain there, and this is Jonathan Kelly. Caught a couple non-helpers, non-bass as well mixed in. We've seen some chained pickerel today out there. Jonathan Kelly holding down the top 5 spot where he started the day, hanging out in 5th place still. Bo Thomas just made a move from 6th into 3rd place. Right behind Cody Stahl and Stephen Browning. Jonathan Kelly hooked up.
What time are you leaving?
Oh. That'll cool. Two and a half. It's a good call.
Kelly will squeak ahead of Jonathan Van Dam with that one, Ronnie.
I didn't catch 5 that first day. This is retarded. It was not that hard.
Sometimes hindsight makes it seem easier than it was, but all the mechanical issues Jonathan Kelly dealt with on day 1 made it difficult. He did catch a 10-pounder though. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios. Ronnie Moore here with Mike Sukon and Such. We're wrapping up the first open. Couple minutes left in the day. Florida did not disappoint. I know today wasn't the smash mouth that we maybe expected it, but to see 28 pounds for Cody Stahl the first 2 days, we saw Cliff Prince make a reemergence. We get to see some old elite guys in pursuit of making the elites again in the top 10. Some young guys as well. It's very good start to the open season.
Yeah, 5 former elites get into our top 10 is pretty impressive, Ronnie. Of course, we're going to have a 27-year-old Cody Stahl who's been fishing the opens for a couple years now in the EQs. Going to win and set off a great first step in that opens path to the EQs and the elites.
That's the biggest thing left for Cody Stahl is he's came up close to the Elite Series berth the last few years, but hasn't gotten it. He's now going to make his second classic as long as he checks in on time and everything's good there. 71 plus pounds. We thought maybe we'd see the largest margin of victory in an open, but it kind of scaled back this afternoon. Cody Stahl didn't need any big catches and didn't get any catches this afternoon, but has done enough with 28 the first 2 days and about 15 pounds today to hold his lead.
He wanted to put a exclamation point on the whole thing. I think he knows he has won, Ronnie Moore, but he's not going to have the record. He's not going to get in the top 5 winning weights of the opens.
But
unless he catches it.
He will punch his second classic berth.
That's the most important win in the event.
And he's on his way
to the round,
points-wise.
And
oh, big swing.
Just had one bite. I don't know if that was a bite or not, but just a second ago I was yo-yoing my trap, and I think I just like yo-yoed it into him, but I skin hooked him. As soon as I yo-yoed it, I hooked him, and then it kind of come off in the middle of the yo-yo, and then I seen it come skyrocketing up. It jumped, and it was probably like a 5 or 6 pounder. But I honestly don't think he bit it. I think I just ran into him, like I yo-yoed into him. That's why I didn't get a good hookup. But at least, I mean, I made the right cast on one. So just didn't put that one in the boat. But I wouldn't I don't know if I'd consider it a fish loss or not based on how he ate it. Because he didn't eat it. I think I just ran into him. But we got about 5 minutes left. Make me one more cast for this trap. And we'll just ease on in there. So, but all in all, that's been an absolute blessed week. Can't thank everybody for reaching out and the support and just keeping tabs on everything. I mean, just super blessed week. Just amazing. I mean, definitely did not think I was going to start out the season in Florida and probably pull off a dub. So, and definitely didn't think I was, you know, wasn't expecting to be able to go back to Classic this year or next year. So, I mean, hopefully nothing crazy, you know, happened. Nobody busted 40 pounds today, but based on how these fish are biting, I don't think that happened. But just absolutely phenomenal. Got to do it, doing one of the things I love too, so it's awesome. I swear I'm hitting fish and I just do not want to bite.
First open of the year, first one
Probably
for Division 1.
I didn't throw the same trap all day. But
no forward facing in this one. Division 2 at Rayburn, the next event.
I got a few more minutes.
We'll start with forward facing sonar in that division.
I might throw a jerk bait in there for the heck of it. Just watch Bo Thomas. I was headed to fish behind a shiner boat. Bo started coming over there to talk to me, so I kind of stopped and hung around for him. And ended up, he come behind me in the middle of talking to me and went around and he went behind me and got behind that shiner boat where I was headed, and he ended up catching like a 4 pounder. And I got hung up by a pickerel when he started, because I started to go over there with him, but that pickerel kind of hung me up a little bit. But pretty slick move for old Bull. But it is what it is. So that's about it, folks. We're gonna ease on back and see how it all shakes out.
Don't worry, when they pose for photos in just a few minutes, his trophy's gonna be bigger than Bo's trophy. So if Bo gets third place, his trophy will be a little smaller.
What's up?
That's how it works. A-check will be smaller as well. His berth to the Bassmaster Classic in 2027 will not be extended.
You? Really? Appreciate it, dog. You too. You too. Yeah. Appreciate it, man.
Pretty close on the points, though. He gets 200 for winning and 198 for third.
For not winning. Great day of bass fishing. We got some weather coming in. Conditions changed. Some guys adjusted. We saw some flurries from Down in Toho, we saw some flipping in Tiger Lake. Got to see Browning near the top of Toho, really catch him on a crankbait this mid-morning portion.
Great flurry.
We had some veterans of the sport who've been on the elites, know what it takes, trying to get back, maybe make the classic as well. We got some young guns. Cody Stahl winning his second Bassmaster Open in just a couple minutes. Meanwhile, you got guys like Noah Winslow right here. Fished all the junior and youth series growing up. Jumped into the Bass Nation from his Northeast United States living situation and made the classic for this year. Freddie Palmer, longtime angler. Now he's been around so long, Suchi, you can say I got a kid fishing.
Kid fishing here, yeah. He's 57. Great showing for him. Ted's always great.
Good week here, and it's not done. The fireworks will begin right there at Big Toho Marina. As Hank Weldon fires it up with the 10 anglers who are going to walk across the stage, get their positions solidified, and get the checks and trophies handed out. We'll see you at the marina in just a moment.